baby, how was school today?
Mom, these kids at school kept making fun of me and they kept calling my hair nappy. Why, Mom?
Tootie, look, just read this book and it'll tell you everything you need to know.
There's another N-word we throw around in and out of the black community called nappy. We have taken that word like the other N-word, nigger, and made it a word of adornment. I have heard the word nappy my entire life, which was used to insult, degrade, and hurt someone. This word is a derogatory term that was used in our ancestors to insult people.
Available now.
I love myself.
Same tree, different brands.
I hope you love yourself, because love is only love when you love somebody.
What hair looks like after slavery. Transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade by the European changes everything for Central and West Africans. Let's briefly talk about the transatlantic slave trade. The Portuguese and later the English, the French, and the Dutch got involved in enslaving Africans in large parts of West Africa, the Gulf Coast of Guyana, and the Congo River Basin, were significant areas of human exports to the Americas, mostly to sugar plantations in the Caribbean. By the late 17th century, the so-called triangle trade developed. European ships loaded with guns, textiles, tobacco, and manufacturing goods sailed to Africa slave ports and traded those goods for captives. European slave traders then took those Africans to the New World where they were sold. With that money, the European purchased staples such as sugar, tobacco, rum, and coffee, then sold for enormous profits back in Europe. The profits was often reinvested in other goods to be traded for captives back in Africa, and so on. If you want more in-depth information on the transatlantic slave trade, I recommend you read Hugh Thomas' book titled The Slave Trade: The Story of the Atlantic Slave Trade 1440 through 1870. This is a thick book, roughly 912 pages, and worth sacrificing some of your time to read. The book is almost the same price as a supersized combo from a fast food restaurant, destroying the image of African hair. Europeans who had traded and communicated with Africans knew the complexity and the significance of black hair. They were often struck by the various hairstyles that they saw within each community. In an effort to dehumanize and break the African spirit, Europeans shaved the heads of enslaved Africans upon arrival to the Americas. This was not merely a random act, but a symbolic removal of African culture. The shaving of the hair represents the removal of any trace of African identity and further acts to dehumanize.
Peace to everybody out there, man, in the YouTube space. Those of you who are in the chat now, and those of you who will catch the replay later, please make sure you like the show, share the show. It's your boy Sean P, and the place to be. Lafayette, Jeremiah and Boca, all my West Africans out there. Halito to the fake Indian community. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck that is, y'all be trying to steal from other people and say. I got a nice little lineup for everybody, so I'm gonna get directly straight to it. So I do have a little exercise that I want to do. So for those of you who like to communicate in the chat, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna need your help with this one. What I want to do, and I'll tell y'all now, it's not a lot of people watching, but for those of you that are watching, what I want to do is I want whoever in the chat, whoever can type in the chat, I want you to give me one claim that Aboriginals make consistently, or I don't even call it these dudes. One claim that these dudes say a lot, just one. I'm gonna take whichever one of the claims that's clear to me. I'm gonna take one of the claims and I'm gonna do a live research demonstration, right? and I'm gonna show y'all how I deal with a claim. I've always been doing this stuff with claims. If you go back and you look at a lot of stuff refuting claims, I have videos refuting claims. People within the own circle that we're in, right? So my grandmama said you really can't really deal with it. There's no methodology or evidence that could be substantiated from my grandmama said. So that would be an appeal to emotion, which would make it fallacious. But I'm gonna give y'all some time to keep coming up with them, man. Like I said, I'm gonna pick one and we're gonna deal with it. But let's, those of you who are working, I'm gonna make this real interesting for y'all. I'm gonna try to get you as far as I can out your day as possible, and then go from there. So, the first thing I want to deal with is Afrophobia. And it's a shame that we're in the United States of America and we have people who have this. So let me zoom in on it. And I want y'all to look at it. This is within our own people that look just like us. People that look just like us. Afrophobia, Afro-skepticism, anti-African sentiment. It is perceived or actual prejudice, hostility, discrimination, or racism towards people and cultures of Africa and the African diaspora. Well, we kind of dealt with Johnny. We kind of dealt with that one already the other day. After Top Cat, not Top Cats, damn. They all the same dummy to me. But after Aboriginal Power kicked me off his panel and said the dumbass shit he said. After Reconstruction, that's when they changed the narrative. But anyway, how are you racist towards yourself? Self-hate. So let's dig a little bit deep. Prejudice against Africans and people of African descent has a long history, dating back to the Atlantic slave trade. What a coincidence. In the United States, it was manifested in the form of Jim Crow laws and segregated housing, schools, and public facilities. In South Africa, it was manifested in the form of apartheid. We all saw the ramifications of apartheid. But I want to go to Jim Crow real quick. Keep them coming. I'm going to find one. I'm going to put it on the screen and we're going to deal with it. Some of the stuff we already dealt with. So that's why if you could think, whatever you could think of, you'll have enough time to get that out. I'm going to go back in the chat and then I'm going to grab one and then I'm going to just show you my process. I'm not saying that you have to do it or other people have to do it, but this gives you an insight on what it looks like when you identify a claim and then you want to research that claim to substantiate it or falsify it. So anyway, Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws were state and local laws introduced in the southern United States in the late 19th and 20th centuries that enforced racial segregation. Jim Crow being I can't even, hold on. Pejorative term for an African American. Such laws remained in force until the 1960s. Formal and informal segregation policies in prison and other areas of the United States, as well as even several states outside the South, had banned discrimination in public accommodations and voting. Southern laws were enacted by white Southern Democrat dominated state legislatures to disenfranchise and remove political and economic gains made by African Americans during the Reconstruction era. I'm going to say that again. Southern laws were enacted by Southern white Democrat dominated state legislatures to disenfranchise and remove political and economic gains made by African Americans during the Reconstruction era. Pause. Now, remember, and I think he in the chat listening, but that boy Root Word said the Reconstruction era was an era when they reconstructed history. When they started reversing shit. We can't make this dumb shit up. Please, again, like the show, share the show, tell a friend. We're live, share it in the Discord. Now, in practice, Jim Crow laws mandated racial segregation in all public facilities in the states of the former Confederate States of America, and in some others beginning in the 1870s. Let me stop. Sean, why the hell are you talking to us about the Jim Crow laws? Remember, I just went through Afrophobia, right? And it talks about discrimination, right? So think about the self-hate that you have to have for yourself, especially those people who are parents to the people that we're arguing with online today. Because some of those parents went through the Jim Crow era, or their grannies went through the Jim Crow era. The ones that saying that my grandmama said, a lot of them are of the age where they experienced a lot of these things in the Jim Crow era, and the mother and the daughters to those mothers, you know, from the 60s. They were born in the 60s, maybe the 50s or the 60s. And you know what I'm saying? And they can remember some of the stuff that transpired during this era. So my point is this. In the era of Jim Crow, with all these laws being stripped of your equality, segregation, the whole 9 yards, where was the Aboriginal community? Where were these Black people that were claiming to be indigenous to the Americas? And where was this whole laws for them to be governed by? With all the self-hate going on today, where was this self-hate in the Jim Crow era and up into the 60s? Anyone know? Anyone know? All right, so let me continue. Let me go back. And let me zoom in. That should be better. Now, let's look at the lexicology of Afrophobia. Primarily a cultural phenomenon. Afrophobia pertains to the various traditions of peoples of African irrespective of racial origin. As such, Afrophobia is distinct from the historical racial phenomenon of Negrophobia, which is specifically based on a contempt for Negro people. The opposite of Afrophobia is Afrophilia, which is a love for all things pertaining to Africa. So these dudes that we argue with online every day, that continue to do these marathons for shows And even though not a coincidence did one yesterday, that was the offset, the ignorance that them motherfuckers do on a daily basis. And it's rare that he does marathon shows. However, he did one yesterday. But these dudes have a phobia toward us. And they don't understand the principles and the complexity of what pan-Africanism is. So they try to demonize pan-Africanism through their ignorance. And then they try to implement pieces or patches of cherry-picked information to describe it in a way that would make it sound feasible to an ignorant person. So it's crazy. So Juju, no, his comments are not troll comments. I asked them to give me claims that Aboriginals make. And the best claim, or the claim that I see fit to use as a demonstration to falsify the claim, I'm gonna pick it from the chat. So he's just doing something that I said from earlier. What up, Lamar? So this is serious. This Afrophobia thing is serious because it's directly affecting us as a people. When you have ignorant people that are under the impression and the assumption that we don't deserve anything for our ancestors experiencing the Holocaust and the turmoils of slavery. So before I move forward, I just wanted to kind of plant that seed so that you can understand what we're up against. And this is a clear understanding of who's actually whitewashed and the consequences of hating Africa, because there's consequences behind it. Look at how I titled the show. The anti-African movement must die. Consequences come with disrespecting Africa. Right? Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, please. It don't cost you $1 to hit the like button. If you don't like me, then hit the thumbs down. But just get a video a reaction. Appreciate you. Now, let's get into some more serious stuff and why I'm going to be choosing the claim that's put in the actual chat. And this should be of no confusion here on why we're going to do what we're going to do today. So understanding science 101. What is science? This is something a lot of people don't understand. And we recognize this via conversations that we have with people who seem to be... Juju, you ain't listening. I just asked, well, before you got here, I had just asked everyone to provide me with claims that abos make that on a consistent basis. So he's throwing out things that he can think of that abos make, because I'm going to pick one of those claims and then I'm going to do a live demonstration on how I attack or research the claim. Now you're listening. Anyway, so what is science? The word science, this word gets thrown around a lot, and a lot of people confuse the hell out of this, and some people assume that they're being scientific in their endeavors, and they just say this shit because it sounds good to a bunch of people who all probably failed science in high school, grade school too. But the word science probably brings to mind many different pictures: a fat textbook, white lab coats, microscopes, an astronomer peering through a telescope, a naturalist in the rainforest, Einstein's equations scribbled on the chalkboard, the launch of space shuttles, bubble beakers. All of those images reflect some aspect of science. but none of them provide a full picture because science has so many facets. So let me help y'all out with that. Science is both a body of knowledge and a process. I'm going to say this again because people act like when I say this, they don't understand that I am actually telling you that science, it requires you to do two things. It requires you to know and it requires you to do. That means it's a tool. So let's see what they say. Science is both a body of knowledge and a process. In school, science may sometimes seem like a collection of isolated and static facts listed in a textbook, but that's only a small part of the story. Just as important as science is also a process of discovery that allows us to link isolated facts into a coherent and comprehensive understanding of the natural world. Science is exciting. Science is a way of discovering what's in the universe and how things work together, or today, how they work in the past, and how they are likely to work in the future. Scientists are motivated by the thrill of seeing or figuring out something that no one has before. Science is useful. The knowledge generated by science is powerful and reliable. It can be used to develop new technologies, treat diseases, and deal with many other sorts of problems. Science is ongoing. We said this yesterday on Not a Coincidence's show. Science is continually refining and expanding our knowledge of the universe. And it leads to new questions for future investigation. Science will never be finished. Never be finished. Science is a global human endeavor. People all over the world participate in the process of science, and you can too. So, in this section, they describe what makes science science, and you can investigate it. So it says science for all discovery, the spark of science, the science checklist, science has limits, or just flip it to the other page to dive right in, right? So that's a basic understanding of what science is. It is a knowledge and a tool. I don't want to muddy the water. I want to keep the lesson brief about what science. We can get into this other stuff, but again, I want to keep it brief about it. So there's 5 points. 5 points. Science, again, is a body of knowledge and a process. Science is exciting. Science is useful. Science is ongoing. Science is a global human endeavor. Global human endeavor. So it needs participants in the process. All right, so let's look at understanding how science really works. Okay, so scientists' stereotypes are, yes, even scientists pigeonhole. Science is solidarity pursuit. Science is done by old white men. Roadblocks to learning science. Science is boring. Science isn't important in my life. I am not good at science. The misinterpretations of the scientific process. So let's deal with it. Science is a collection of facts, true or false. Before we read anything about it, and I don't care if you can see it on the screen, but we should understand immediately, is science a collection of facts? I know there's a delay, so I'm waiting. Who agrees that science is a collection of facts? You can put yes, you can put no, you can put one, you can put two. One is yes, two is no. Keep it simple. One is yes, two is no. Or you can put yes, or you can put no. We got some yeses in the chat. All right. So the truth. A lot of what we learn in the world of science come from textbooks, which means that sometimes it's easy to fall into the line of thinking that that's all there is, facts on a page. It's true that science can be learned in textbooks, but at the same time, it's an ongoing dynamic process. Science is complete. Is science complete? If you agree that science is complete, put a 1 in the chat, put a 2 in the chat. If you don't agree, or you can put yes or no. And if you want to be like Willie and qualify your answer, then you can qualify your answer. So be it. I'm reading everything. There's some no's. Wait on a couple of more. What up, T? All right, so science is complete. The truth. Most science courses start out with teaching that we're new in the 19th and 20th centuries. This leads some to believe that science is finished. We made all the important discoveries, so what else is there? This is completely untrue. The purpose of scientific research is inherently to explore new ideas, develop new questions, and rehashing old hypotheses with new research. Science will never really be complete. Now, there is a single scientific method that all scientists follow. If you agree, say yes. If you disagree, say no, or you can put a 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. Is there a single scientific method that all scientists follow? I got a couple of things that I'm discussing today, and then I'm going to pick an Aboriginal claim and do a live research or how I go about finding out the truth of the claim or dealing with it. All right, so we got some no's. I haven't seen a yes. Haven't seen a yes. Okay. All right. Now, the truth. The scientific method that is taught in virtually all science courses is a very, very simplified version of what actually happens in scientific research. In reality, science is unpredictable, complex, and involves a lot of people all working on different things in different orders that all at once. Often all at once, sorry. The process of science is purely analytic and does not involve creativity. Do you agree or disagree? 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. Or you can just simply say yes and no. I don't know where you are in the show to even deal with what you're saying. All right, so the process of science is purely analytic and does not involve creativity. Do you agree? Yes, you agree, or no, you do not agree. Or 1 is for yes, 2 is for no. Is the process of science purely analytic and does not involve creativity? Willie said no, hell no. All right, listen. If y'all haven't recognized, I am slowly preparing you for the later exercise that I talked about. This is all I'm doing. It's a learning process. So it's like, peep this, it's like going to the gym, right? The hardest thing for a person to do after they have woke up is to get out of the bed. Once you accomplish getting out of the bed, then it's off to the bathroom for you to use the restroom, wash your hands, brush your teeth, wash your face, or just hop directly in the shower, use the bathroom in the shower while you're taking the shower. You know what we do, right? It's some of the hardest thing to do. Get yourself together and then off to work. But I'm talking about the gym. So if you wake up in the morning, you're in a fight with yourself because you're like, man, I need to go to the gym, but I don't feel like going. You'll either talk yourself out of going, or eventually you'll make your mind up and you'll just go to the gym. Well, research is just like deciding if you're going to go to the gym or not. The scientific process is just like going to the gym or not, right? Once you get in your car and you leave your house and you pull up to the gym, some people sit there for a minute, collect their thoughts before they walk in the gym. Other people just directly get out of their car and go in there. Other people, they got to get themselves together. So they sit in the car, get themselves together, put on their training equipment or whatever they're going to use, and then they jet out to the gym. But once you get to that gym, you know you're ready to put that work in. So we have to be consistent at overcoming that first hurdle, which is that voice in our head telling us that, man, I don't feel like going to the gym. And your brain is that muscle that needs that consistent exercise. Because if you're not working that out, you're not elevating your thought processes, and then you're stuck. But let me, I'm not pop quizzing nobody. But that's how this process is. It's tedious, but it is what it is. It is what it is. So, hold on one second. Now let me go ahead and read the answer to the other one. So the process of science is purely analytic and does not involve creativity. The truth. It's possible that this myth stems from linearity of the scientific method. Actually, science is not a series of steps, but rather a creative thinking process used to develop new or alternative hypotheses or seeing old data in a new light. Creativity is not limited to artists and musicians. Scientists need to be creative too. So we got to make our work creative, right? We got to make our work creative. And that's why I'm saying and doing what I'm saying and doing. All right, so a couple of more, then we're going to jot off, and I'm not doing these in any order. Hard sciences are more rigorous and scientific than soft sciences. Do you agree or disagree? 1 for yes, 2 for no, or you can say agree, disagree, or yes or no. I'm going to say it again. Hard sciences are more rigorous and scientific than soft sciences. We ain't talking about sex, okay? We're talking about sciences. Hard sciences are more rigorous and scientific than soft sciences. I'm gonna give you an example of it, but just to answer your question, melanated hard sciences would be like chemistry, soft sciences would be like sociology or some shit like that. And if you're unsure, you use your phone and you can Google. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with learning something new every day. Nothing wrong with that. That's our job, to exercise our muscle. You smell me? Yeah. All right. So, as with any field of study, lines are often drawn into an attempt to classify types of research. In this case, pitting chemistry and physics, hard science, against psychology and sociology, soft. The reasoning is that hard scientists requires more rigorous study methods and therefore is more trustworthy. However, the rigor of a well laid out scientific study depends more on investigators' approach than with the discipline. All right, last one. So scientists' observations directly tell them how things work, i.e., knowledge is read off nature, not built. I'm going to say it again. Scientists' observations directly tell them how things work, i.e., knowledge is read off nature, not built. Do you agree, disagree, yes or no? 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. Y'all know the drill. Y'all know the spiel on the real. Come on, man. Okay. All right. So the truth, observations, while critical to science, are not the only thing considered when conducting research. They are actually just one part of a complex process that involves coming up with ideas about how the natural world works and seeing how their observations can be used to back up those ideas. So the truth is that scientists are actually always building off of their observations, trying new ideas, running those ideas by their peers, and modifying text in order to present a clear and accurate picture for what we observe in the natural world. So let's understand science by how science really works. I'm not going to give the examples, but I'm just going to read off the highlights. And you can tell me if you agree or disagree. We'll continue the exercise, I suppose. This will make sense. And I'm only going to give you a couple. I'll do like the first 3. Science prove ideas. Do you agree, disagree, yes or no, 1 or 2? 1 is yes, 2 is no. Like I said, if we approach things differently by getting our minds together and our thought processes together, this will churn churn out to help us weed out a lot of the pseudo shit. So again, does science prove ideas? Yes, you agree. No, you don't agree. 1 is yes, 2 is no. Or you can put agree or disagree. Does science prove ideas? This heifer says she don't know. Okay, you being honest. Anyone else? Y'all thinking about it? Study long, study wrong. Now you're thinking. You see how you went from I don't know, then you start looking at nature, and then start thinking about bridges. Mona says no. Dig says 2. He does not agree. All right, so here's the truth. The concept of proof in the world of science is not actually very scientific. Science is based on the idea that any idea or hypothesis could be put into question tomorrow. If there was supportive evidence, no matter how widely accepted it is today. So science can accept or reject ideas based on evidence, but it doesn't prove or disprove them. So that goes to the next question. Can science only disprove ideas? Again, science can only disprove ideas. Do you agree or do you disagree? Yes, you agree. No, you don't agree. 1, you agree. 1 is yes, 2 is no. So you have disagree, agree, yes or no, 1 or 2. It's a couple of no's. Remember, put your Aboriginal claim in the chat. Something these fools have been claiming for the last few years. I'm going to choose one example and put it through a particular exercise and show y'all how I research the claim. I'm missing some answers. So, does science only disprove ideas? 1 is yes, 2 is no. Or you can say yes or no, or you can say you agree or disagree. That boy Willie said. Okay, so this one's a little mixed. We usually had a running consensus till we got all the way down to these last 2. Then some shit went south. So here's the answer, the truth. Much like in the previous misconception, science proves ideas. This idea follows the line of thinking that science has something to do to disprove, falsify, or reject. That science can't find evidence to support one idea over another. In science, ideas can never be absolutely proved or disproved. They can only be accepted or rejected based on supporting or refuting evidence. That's what my exercise is about. finding the evidence to support or reject the claim. What up, Callie? That boy crazy. One more. If evidence supports a hypothesis, it is upgraded to a theory. If the theory then garners even more support, it may be upgraded to a law. Do you agree or disagree? 1 is yes, 2 is no. So you have 3 options. You can say you agree, you can say you disagree, you can put a 1 in the chat for yes, or you can put a 2 in the chat for no. I'm going to say it one more time. If evidence supports a hypothesis, it is upgraded to a theory. If the theory then garners even more support, it may be upgraded to a law. Give y'all some time to hit me off with the answers on that. Ain't no number 3. You got yes, no, agree, disagree, or 1 and 2. I'm going to say it again. If evidence supports a hypothesis, it is upgraded to a theory. If the theory then garners even more support, it may be upgraded to a law. I got to think about that. That's interesting. And I had a salmon salad for lunch. 2 pieces of salmon. Fire. I probably won't eat again. Willing to change this answer 3 times. Again, if evidence supports a hypothesis, it is upgraded to a theory. If the theory then garners even more support, it may be upgraded to a law. 1 yes, 2 no, or you can say yes, or you can say no, or you can say agree, or you can say disagree. And if you don't know, then you could just simply say you don't know. Don't avoid the answer. Come on, man. It's a bunch of y'all in here, man. Like the show. We about to get busy. We're getting our exercise out of the way. We training our brain right now. Training our brain to think scientific. All right, so the truth, the idea that hypothesis theories and laws are the same level, are on the same level playing field is a myth that probably found its origins in introductory lab classes, where hypotheses were presented as things we're not quite so sure of yet, and therefore only discuss proven and accepted theories. In the reality, hypotheses are explanations that are limited in scope, applying to fairly narrow range of phenomena. The term law is sometimes used to refer to an idea about how observable phenomena are related, but the term is also used in other ways within science. Theories are deep explanations that apply to a broad range of phenomena and that may integrate many hypotheses and laws. On do farm. One more before we go into the next one. The job of a scientist is to find support for his or her hypothesis. Do you agree or do you disagree? Yes, no, agree, disagree, or 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. Is the job of a scientist to find support for his or her hypothesis? I'm gonna wait about another minute or 2. Okay. Answers coming in. All right. The truth is, it's possible. It's possible that this myth probably got its start in introductory lab classes. That was the last one. Similar to the last one. But let me see what y'all saying right here. Yep, that's the job. Remember, it's not about. Okay, let me give it to you. It's possible that this myth probably got started in the lab classes as well. Okay, like a lot of the shit. However, the emphasizing getting the right answer and rewarding those who have the corrected hypothesis is all along. In the real world, science gains as much or more from figuring out which hypothesis might be incorrect as it does from those that are supported by evidence. Scientists strive to remain unbiased in their findings. Think about that. So that's just a little warm up right there. Y'all can mull that over. It's a lot of stuff. Of course, you know that I left y'all with sources in the description. All right, so let's get into a little bit of this work before we move on to the chat and y'all responses to a question that I asked earlier. The answer is, if a scientist makes a claim, then they have to have the evidence to support it. So they have to have the information for the hypothesis. But here's the thing, is that they would rather falsify the hypothesis than have the correct information, because if they hypothesized and it was correct, then it wasn't much work that went into that. But if it was something strenuous that needed additional work to go through the actual process of proving, then that's when they love the fact of falsifying. So they always are. Remember, they're trying to falsify every damn thing. Yes, they look for the lack of support. This is critical. Okay, listen. This is critical, right? Because what we're dealing with is people who look for the lack of evidence. Mind you, let's go back to what I asked you earlier. I asked everybody to give me claims that Aboriginals have made over the last few years, and that I was going to pick one of the claims and then go through the process of research on my end. But one of the things that I'm trying to show you is that scientists love the low level shit. Not necessarily low level in a sense, but I'm talking about the one with the least amount of evidence. For instance, you're arguing with a motherfucker that says gravity is not real, when you can sit there, you can pick up a whole bunch of shit and watch. You just heard my bottle just hit the table, right? You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that we can throw. Name something that you can throw in the air right now. You can throw it in the air and it's going to stay in the air. Name one thing, somebody in here, name one thing that you can throw in the air and it's going to stay in the air. No wind, none of that. It's dry as hell outside. Grab one thing and throw it in the air and it's going to stay in the air. What you got? What's the one thing that you can throw in the air that's going to stay in the air? Joe said a bird. I didn't say an animal. I said a thing. That's a good one. A bird. You sure a bird just gonna stay in the air? At some point, a bird is in a tree. A bird is on a power line. A bird is at the top of a telephone pole or a lighting pole. The bird's somewhere chilling. The bird ain't always in the air. A balloon doesn't stay in the air. A balloon at some point begins to come down. They just don't stay up. And I believe you got a pair too. I believe you got a pair. I think you went through a whole transformation anyway. Why you try to steal my line? But think about something to consider. But anyway, so we're gonna talk a little bit. I want to talk a little bit more about methods for historical research. I'll leave an article in there for you to actually check. What does it say? U.S. Bank. Oh, okay, all right, I'll check that out. All right, but it says I want to talk about scientific methods as applied in history. Okay. So the scientific method was used even in the ancient times, but it was first documented by England's St. Francis Bacon, who set up inductive methods for scientific inquiry. The scientific method can be applied to almost all fields of study as logical, rational problem-solving methods. It may be defined as rational, a systematic and methodological approach which led to the accumulation of knowledge in the world. The essential conditions for scientific inquiry are a society which is free from primitive or traditional shackles and promotes scientific attitudes. Or B, the investigator must be an intelligent, rational, and unbiased person. All right. So, steps for the scientific method. Scientific observation. The basic technique of the scientific method is a special kind of observation called the scientific observation. Knowledge begins through careful observation. Scientific observation must be made by a trained observer. See, most of the times when we're talking to people, especially like Autonomous One, A1, because he always says, you know, he's the one who booted me off Aboriginal Power channel when I asked him about the scientific process. And he said something about watching a bird or some shit that he said. I forget what we was talking about. Why do fly traps or whatever the name of the little plant is, they eat insects, right? And he said he might have been outside smoking the cigarettes and noticed that a fly trap or whatever the hell the little thing is called only eats insects. Well, I said through your course of observations, you should develop questions. And he was trying to argue with me back and forth about that, but I was actually right. For those of you who do not recall it, from your observation, right, you should develop research questions. But anyway, let's move on. But he basically, in short, he's not a trained observer, so he doesn't understand the validity of observation from a scientific approach. Now, heuristics is a Greek word meaning aiding or guiding discovery, or external criticism is used to find out the authenticity of a document. Before examining the contents of the document, we have to make ourselves quite sure that the document itself, which is falling into our hands, is a genuine one. Our operations start with interrogation. So we should all be willing to verify the information that we have in our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the historical method, and we are going through the scientific process in regards to the historical method. What I am telling you now is, if you get some evidence or some information from someone and you do not substantiate this information, you have failed in the process of qualifying this information, yet you're going to use it against me to argue. I am not your BFF. We damn sure don't want to see your transformation. Heuristics checks the credentials. This is key. So if we get a source, the first thing that we do with a source is check the credentials. Just as newly appointed ambassador has first to present his credentials, just as a newly appointed ambassador has first to present his credentials and establish his bona fide appointment, likewise, a historian makes sure that a counterfeit, spurious, or fake document has not fallen into his hands. The necessity to screen the record arises owing to the nature of historical records. Some of them are beneficial in nature, like a government grant of land to an individual or family, an institution, or temple. Ladies and gentlemen, what this is basically telling you is this: if you look up some information and you think that this is a historical document, you need to check the validity of the source. Whatever is on that paper and how it can be authenticated is key. Because if you get some shit called the Emerald Tablets and you tell me that this is your primary source and it's a historical document and that it talks about the city of Atlantis, if you come to me with that, I'm cussing you out. Smooth, I ain't even hesitating. I'm cussing you out. Because you did not check the validity of your sourced information, and you did not even question or put it through any type of scrutiny before holding on to it. Straight up. Now, historical records are tampered with not only for some material advantage, but also for a variety of other reasons: pride, vanity, sympathy, empathy, personal rivalry, political differences, social distinctions, religious disputes, or patriotic fervor could induce certain individuals to distort original documents. That's why we have to confirm the validity of the source. Obviously, the next question is how to detect a forgery. Paleography helps in this field, particularly for the ancient Indian history, which is reconstructed mostly with the lithic and copper plate records. The characters of writing have changed from time to time. In recent years, textual criticism has been raised to a very high level of refinement, and there are scholars who devote their entire time and life to external authorship. Fixation of chronology, collection, classification, and verification of documents, and hence they help historians enormously in providing well-authenticated document. The job is called critical scholarship. Critical scholarship is a part of an external criticism. In the 19th century, it became very popular in Europe because the task was mostly scientific. It did not involve writing of history, but merely textual criticism is to eliminate all possible chances of forgery. Consequently, a few people did not regard this work as very meritorious, for it did not involve any exposition or interpretation. In short, external criticism or critical scholarship enable a researcher to solve the problem of authenticity. Heuristics is the search for material and primarily study of that material to know a few essential details about it. Hermeneutics. What's good? What's good? External criticism naturally leads to internal criticism, which is certainly higher criticism. In this criticism, a scholar have extra task in carefully scrutinizing the contents of a document for the intentions of knowing how much of it is true and how much of it is false. This operation in methodology is also known as interpretative criticism. Its main task is to find out whether what is contained in a document may be accepted as true or not. This is obviously a more fundamental and significant task, and hence it is known as higher criticism. The technique adopted in our hermeneutics of the science of interpretation is the same as the critical approach. The main duty of author is analysis, the product of the authorship labor, in order to distinguish between operations correctly and incorrectly performed. Therefore, the first job performing external criticism is a very close and minute study of each of the ideas contained in the document. The main task is to analyze, which is to separate the different ideas and cut the whole document in which it constituent parts. Analysis is a root of interpretation, and it is very important mental activity. Helps us to know the nature of historical fact. Internal criticism is more complicated, more varied in range, and more involved here. The first is the analysis of the content of the document, which is called positive interpretative criticism. The second is the analysis of the conditions under which the document was produced, which is known as negative interpretative criticism. The purpose of positive criticism is to know what the author really means by making a particular statement. And purpose of negative criticism is to verify whether what the author has said conforms to what really happened. In other words, the task of a positive interpretation criticism is to get the literal and real meaning of the author's statement. Is to get the literal and real meaning of the author's statement, and that of the negative interpretative criticism is to eliminate the possibility of error. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to introduce you to qualitative and quantitative data. Quantitative research is based on the quantitative measurements of some characteristics. It is applicable to the phenomena that can be expressed in terms of quantities. Qualitative research, on the other hand, is concerned with qualitative phenomena relating to or involving quality of kind or kind. Qualitative research is a range of kinds of research, the common feature of which is reliance on unstructured data and on forms of data analysis that are non-numerical. Textual analysis is a methodology that involves that understanding language, symbols, and pictures present in the text to gain information regarding how people make sense of, communicate life and life experiences. Visual, written, or spoken messages provides cues to ways through which communication may be understood. Textual analysis is a methodology that involved understanding language, symbiosis, or pictures present in text to gain information regarding how people make sense of, communicate life and life experiences. Visual, written, spoken messages provide cues to ways through which communication can be understood. Semiotics and study of symbols. I ain't getting into that because I ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about. What I'm gonna be talking about today. For oral traditions. We hear this shit all the time. Oral tradition, oral tradition, oral tradition, oral tradition, oral traditions. Well, the first and most widespread mode of human communication, or tradition, is the information passed down through the generation by word of mouth that is not written down. The generations by word of mouth that is not written down. This includes historical and cultural traditions, literature, and law. Oral traditions make it possible for a society to pass knowledge across generations without writing. They help people make sense of the world and are used to teach children and adults about important aspects of their culture. There is a rich tradition throughout Africa of oral storytelling. Fuck AP. Interdisciplinary research is a mode of research by teams of individuals that integrate information, data, techniques, tools, perspectives, concepts, and more disciplines or bodies of specialized knowledge to advance fundamental understanding. Interdisciplinary study allows for synthesis of characteristics from many disciplines. Interdisciplinary studies involve the combining of two or more academic disciplines into one activity. So, we should have a basic understanding of what we're about to do, well, what I'm about to do live in this particular situation. I do want to get into research designs, but I'm not going to bore everybody to death because this gets a little bit more technical. But I just want to demonstrate a few things about what I asked people early in the chat. But before we do that, I want to kind of double down on some of the information that I provided you guys. So I'm going to give you another source here, which talks about the guidelines for historical research and writing and how to approach research and writing. So A provides 14 steps to a good historical research paper. And this is important in writing, right? This is important in writing for numerous reasons. This helps us identify our audience, have a sharply focused and limited topic, present an argument, base our paper on primary sources and a thorough reading of secondary sources, build our report step-by-step with step-by-step evidence, provide a good title on our paper, get to know quickly and stick to it, tell a good story, document your sources, write dispassionately, reach independent conclusions, consider counter evidence, use standard English and observe the common conventions of writing. Let your first and last paragraphs mirror each other. That's simple. And always question your sources. Hear me out. Always question your sources. If your grandmother told you that you were indigenous to this land, always question your sources. Our knowledge of the past is limited to the sources available about the past. Just as journalists ask questions to arrive at an understanding of the present, a historian must ask questions of his or her sources to arrive at an understanding of the past. So you always got to know what's going on here. You got the who questions, the what questions, the when questions, the where questions, the why questions. I'm going to run that back down to all of y'all again because people be acting slow. Who questions, right? So who's the claimant? The grandmother, right? So we know the answer to that. The grandmother said that you always been in America. That's the claim, right? So that the who questions is who said this? The grandmother. Now, the what questions would be, what would be her reason for saying that? So we would need to answer that question. The when question is, when did she say that you always been here? Right? And where did she say you always been? And why is she saying what she's saying? You always got to have that line of question when you're doing research. I don't give a fuck who it is. It could be me. But if I told you that you came from, that you've been in the Americas, right? I better be prepared for your when, why, what, who, where, how questions. I got how ain't in there, but y'all understand what I'm saying. Hell yeah, research. If you take it in school, you there. Now I know some of y'all, y'all like mess, and then Sutek came in my chat saying the dumb shit. So I'm pretty sure y'all gonna go entertain that, and it's cool. But I'm about to get into what I just asked everybody for. I wanted to give everybody this information here, and now I'm about to do one more thing. Well, no, I ain't gonna do that. I'm about to pull the chat up, and I need to see which one of these comments that we're gonna be picking from today. So I'm gonna take one claim that an Aboriginal makes. One. I'm gonna take one of the claims that an Aboriginal makes, and then I'm going to try to investigate that claim and take y'all through my research methods. All right, so I want more, not a single one of them. Grandmother said, my grandmama said, the white man did it. It happened in reverse. After Reconstruction, that's when they changed the narrative. Okay. That's a good one. Black people was always here in America. I got other shows, regarding that, but DNA is a hoax. Man. That's the native people weren't slaves when there's evidence showing otherwise. The dolls was a white man construct too. America has the oldest civilization. The Olmecs was black people. We got shows on that, so I don't want to deal with that. Joe said Abo means Negro. Reference Chief Holiday. Boom. Here we go. Shout out to Joe. Shout out to whoever he is. Him. Let's get to it. So we're going to take the claim, right? Joe identified that a specific person said something. That specific person said these exact words. Now we have the claim. Now our job, right, is to find the least path of resistance first. Do we have supportive evidence for what this dude said? Joe heard this dude say this, right? This is the claim. That Aboriginal means Negro. So, in a live demonstration, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do this. Let me see what y'all saying, because y'all be saying some funny shit. Are you welcome? Let me put your claim back on the screen. I accidentally clicked off by it. There we go. So that's the claim. All right, you see Google. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to look up the definition, right, of Negro. Okay. So on a definition of Negro, I'm going to move the sources over to my right. I'm going to use Cambridge Dictionary. I'm going to go looking for the etymology of Negro. Right? I'm going to find the etymology. Right click, open it up in another window. And then I'm going to look for see if I can find something else. I didn't mean enter. Let me hold up. I need to find a multitude. Of the term Negro. None of them are making sense to me. So hold on one second, y'all. Let me grab my book real quick. I need to grab something. Well, I'm grabbing that real quick. All right, so we got that out of the way. So let's move on and progress toward our first definition. So let's start here. Right, just a basic understanding. Negro, a word for black person which was used frequently in the past and is now extremely offensive. Relating to black people. Person of African origin with dark skin. Right? So there's one definition. We go to the etymology. 1550s. Member of a black skin race of Africa. From Spanish or Portuguese, Negro. Black from Latin, Negrum. Black, dark, sable, dusky. Figuratively gloomy, unlucky, bad, wicked, according to Divine, a word of unknown etymology. According to Watkins, perhaps from pie, right? The Latin word also was applied to black people of Africa, but the usual term was Ethiops or Afer. Okay, so we got that down. Now remember, the claim is on the screen. So now we're going to go over here and look at the National Archives and look up black persons. According to the archives, as a person, people with a modified man, woman, boy, girl, child with no modified black person, people, black Americans, African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Latinans. This is the description of what a black person is. Now, for replacing Negro, okay? So due to its complex history, Negro cannot be uniformly replaced with another term in the NARA's archival description or authority records. Each instance must be reviewed for context. So they have black, African American, and other words that go in there. However, some defunct organizations include Negro in the formal names, and some organizations continue to do so. So, you know, they give the United Negro College Fund and yada, yada, yada. Basically, I went to the archives just to see what I could actually grab from the archives. Now, let me slow this down and let me go back. First, we had to identify the claim. What was the claim? The claim is that Abo means Negro. Now we need to identify the author of the claim. Chief Holiday. Who the hell is Chief Holiday? First of all, what makes him a chief? Secondly, what makes him qualified to even spew this? So the validity of the source of the author is in question, because the author is neither a linguist, right, which is significant here, and really doesn't know anything about cultural anthropology or the field of anthropology and the social sciences and so forth. So he is merely a mad person saying something. So again, his claim is Abo means Negro. So now, right, we got to go back and we got to go look up the definition of Aboriginal or Abo. Oh, we can use dictionary. We're going to do the same exercise. We're going to go look up, you know what I'm saying, Cambridge. You know, maybe we get a few dictionary entries. We can look at legal definitions of aboriginality. We can pull that. Aboriginal. Let me see. Something else. All right. So one at a time. Let's see if we find the word Negro. Okay, Aboriginal, a member of a race of people who were the first people to live in a country before any colonists arrived. Aboriginal, consisting of or relating to a race of people who lived in the country before any colonists arrived. Saying the same thing over and over. Having lived or existed in a place since the earliest known time. That's Aboriginal. So no Negro there. Legal definitions of aboriginality. The legal historian John McCorkadal has reported that since the time of white settlement, governments have used no less than 67 classification descriptions and definitions to determine who is an Aboriginal person. The ALRC discussed the definition of the Aborigine in a 1986 report, the recognition of the Aboriginal customary laws. The ALRC noted that early attempts at a definition tended to concentrate on descent without referring to the other elements of aboriginality. Problems arose in deciding whether descendants of the unions between Aborigines and settlers were regarded as the Aboriginal for the purpose of various restrictive discriminatory laws. Okay. And in applying these restricted laws, tests based on quantum of blood were commonly applied. Test of quantum of blood had to deal with that. Okay, so just to break this down to y'all, Negro is not on here either. It's not on here. Each one of these three-part definitions, and I'm gonna give them to you. I'm just gonna prove to you that they're not. So let's deal with the first one. An Aborigines or Torres Strait Islander is a person of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander descent who identifies as an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander and is accepted as such by the community in which he or she lives. Now, in the recognition of aboriginality customary laws, that takes us into a whole other phase. You know, it says experience under Commonwealth and the state's legislation suggests that it is not necessary to spell out the detailed definition of who is an Aborigine, and there are distinctive advantages in leaving the application of definition to be worked out so far as necessary on one case or case basis. So you're not going to find Negro here, right? And that's according to Australian law reform. So he can't say, you know, white man this, white man that type shit. All right. So now I'm gonna be a little funny right now. And I did this on purpose. Let me show you what I mean. Indigenous Foundations, ARC, UBC, and CA. This is a Canadian source. Terminology. So which terms do I use? Terminology, particularly as it relates to indigenous people, can be tricky to navigate. Term might be acceptable to some extent, or offensive to others. Because of this, many people do not feel confident using certain terms when referring to Aboriginal peoples. Fear of using the wrong word should never stifle important dialogue and discussions that need to be had. By taking a moment to consider the history of certain terms, it is very possible to learn and be comfortable with which words to use in which context. We have compiled this guide to help inform your decisions on terminology. So it goes by and tell us why terminology is important, and then we should be able to get a definition here. So the term Aboriginal, maybe that's a little bit better on your eyes, refers to the first inhabitants of Canada and includes First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. The term came into popular use in the Canadian context in 1982 when Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution defined the term as such. Aboriginal is also a common term for the Indigenous people of Australia. When used in Canada, however, it is generally understood to refer to Aboriginal people in Canadian context. This term is not commonly used in the United States. First Nations is a term used to describe Aboriginal people of Canada who are ethnically neither Métis nor Inuit. So I ain't got to go too far on that. So the word Aboriginal, from a Canadian perspective, from a United States perspective, and from an Aborigine perspective, does not equate or denote Black, right? How can I come to that conclusion? I came to that conclusion by looking up the etymology and the definition and then the historical context of the word Aboriginal. That's it. We ain't got to make it pretty. We ain't got to make it a bigger process. Now, can we go in there and can we qualify why? Let's do this for shits and giggles. For shits and giggles, right? Could we find evidence that would say that Aborigines equals Negro? Let's share the screen. For shits and giggles, right? Let's see what this says. This is a blogspot site. What it means to be both Black and Indigenous. We all know when they use the word Black that it is denoting African ancestry. This is why this isn't good enough for us, because we aren't trying to go into the Black. We're trying to justify or qualify Holiday Chief claim, right? We're trying to find supportive evidence for Holiday's claim, right? So in order to do that, we gonna have to go to the word Negro. So we have Negro on the screen, and we have Chief Holiday's claim on the screen. So in the English language, Negro is a term historically used to denote persons considered to be of Black African heritage. That's specific. So let's go look and see what Black African is. All right. Black is racially classification of people using the political and skin color based on the category for specific populations with a mid or dark brown complexion. Not all people considered Black have dark skin. In certain countries, often in socially based systems of racial classification in the Western world, the term Black is used to describe persons who are perceived as dark skinned compared to other populations. It is most commonly used for people of sub-Saharan Africa. Listen, it is commonly used for people of sub-Saharan African ancestry and the indigenous peoples of Oceania, though it has been applied in many contexts to other groups and is no indicator of any close ancestral relationship whatsoever. Indigenous African societies do not use the term Black as racially identity outside of influences brought by Western cultures. So let's go back. Now the word Black now, they bring up the Aborigines, right? Because of skin color. But for the word Negro, ladies and gentlemen, we don't even get nowhere near the Aborigines with this word. None, zero, zilch, nada. Around 1442, the Portuguese arrived in southern Africa while trying to find a sea route to India. The term Negro literally means black, was used by the Spanish and Portuguese as a simple description to refer to the Bantu. That's it. It denotes black. It denotes black. But in this denotation, it is referring to specifically Africans, not Aborigines. It's Africans. But the word Abo ain't going nowhere near Negro. So that's linguistic gymnastics. No matter how much research we do to try to find supportive evidence for the word Negro meaning Aboriginal, it doesn't exist. So if we're going to look into Spanish, we're not going to find Aboriginal in Spanish language, Spanish Indies, other Romance languages like Italian, French, and Creole. We're not going to find them. We don't find a word to denote that anywhere. So we cannot find supportive evidence for his claim. It's an easy claim to get rid of, but the truth and honesty of it is that we won't. So basically, what I did as a demonstration for a claim is to first understand the claim. What was said? Why is it important? Right? Who is the author of the claim? Right? He didn't provide any evidence for it because all of us know that he doesn't show sources. So, we just base the claim off of he say, she say. So we can't really scrutinize it scientifically because there's no evidence to scrutinize scientifically. It's just the honest truth. So we can't go through any other processes outside the fact that we're dealing with a word. So now that we're dealing with a word, we're going to go into the origins of the word, the intent and purpose of the word, and then in supportive evidence around. Now, what I know I said this earlier, but I need to make it clear. I went to Canada for a source. I went to the Aborigines for a source. And then I used the definition from Cambridge. So I was in the United States, Canada, and in the Aborigines area to corroborate or substantiate or falsify said claim made by Holiday. So for those of you who didn't understand what I did, they have nowhere to run. So to what group of people can they run to substantiate that the word Abo means Negro? You take their legs away. So methodically speaking, and when you're dealing with a claim like this, you got to take the legs away. Let me see if I can go into the let's see. I'm gonna try something else just popped up in my head. I'm just trying to cover a track because I didn't go south, and that was my mistake. So South American natives, Aboriginal peoples of South America's landmass extending from the Isthmus of Panama to Tierra del Fuego. Native American civilizations long before the coming of Europeans. It is an estimated 30 million natives live in South America at the time Europeans arrived. Now we know as Native Americans. We ain't gonna get anything up out of this particular article that's gonna be used as linguistic evidence to argue. We ain't gonna get much of nothing, but we can cover all of our bases, and we can double back, and we can make sure that we're dealing with that. Now, one of the biggest arguments that they like to use is that Black Law Dictionary. So looking up the Black Law Dictionary Aboriginal definition. This one you just being tedious. The native definition and legal meaning. Definitions and citations, a natural born subject of citizen. This don't say shit. It don't say nothing. But where's that? Dang, I gotta go into my file. If I go into my file, I can pull up the Black's Law Dictionary, but they're not going to have a definition in there already because we did that on another show. We did another show, so we know it didn't mean that. So now we couldn't find any evidence for it, right? We can't substantiate it, right? So the burden of proof will be on holiday season to demonstrate how the word abo means Negro and where did he get that from and what sources did he use to support or corroborate his claim. Now, that's one claim. We can do that with many other claims. But I'm going to stop that exercise for today. And I missed something on the show yesterday, but I think I kind of cleaned it up. But I see Sutek in the chat giving people some of that work. Because we got a non-believer in the chat. So now we're going to see the scientific process works. We're going to see how it works. Because Shah said on the show yesterday, I don't know what he said on the show yesterday, something that like he ain't related to or he ain't something about evolution. I think he said he ain't a grade ape or something. So I don't know what he said. I don't want to go clip it up. But meanwhile, All right, hold on. What evidence does I have that would support his claim? If he said the speciation ain't real, what evidence does he have to say that it is not real? What evidence? Oh, before I do that, man, I'm tripping. Before I even go into a whole nother dimension with y'all, I didn't want to share this because I know the elbows be watching now. I didn't want to share this, but I don't care. F them suckers. I want to lay something on y'all. Mm-hmm. So it was about 30 people in the chat earlier. We know y'all. We know they went over there with to argue with the elbow. Where you at? Where you at? The bar method. You ain't in here no more, so you over there with Aboriginal power. Mm-hmm. What y'all think this is? Hmm. Hey, shit happened. Shit happened. All right, so what I have right here, y'all, letters written by people who were enslaved in the United States. I have a link here to letters that are written by slaves. So, you got a letter in 1821, 1857, a letter in 1838, 1837, 1838, 1878. These are times when it was hard pressed to find people that actually could write, but there were people who could write. And during that time, these people were writing letters looking for loved ones that had been sold off into slavery, or some type of situation may have occurred elsewhere. And you'll find some interesting things about these people. Even freedmen were writing letters. So I wanted to take y'all to one more notable. This person right here. The Macaulay papers include 2 letters from George Crawford written to John Macaulay from Monrovia, Liberia. In his letter on May 3rd, 1834, Crawford reports that of 150 immigrants, only 30 remained due to fever. He also advises this is not the place for a general immigration of the colored people, right? They're talking about the mass migration back to Liberia. In a letter dated September 25th, 1836, Crawford describes lemons, shells, seaweed he would like to send to John McCullough and his family. There are large gaps in the letter due to physical deterioration, which has to be considered. So, damn. I can't get there, but some of these letters I can get to. Like they got the digital images. And then they give you basically, you know, this shit. So that's the original documents that they scan and what they say. So you can get to them like that. If it's got this right here, some of the other ones is just too bad. Georgia Bullock, 1857. And then here's all the shit that it says. But there's the letter. Georgia Bullock, August 1857. Here you go. Slave, and that's good cursive handwriting. My loving, hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger. My loving wife. Something and have a long, hold on, I'm effing this up. All right. My loving, I said they were all wrong. My loving Missy Patsy, I have a long been wishing to embrace this present and pleasant opportunity of unfolding my shawns and feelings. Woo, he said shawns and feelings, since I was constrained to leave my long-loved home and friends, which I cannot never gave myself the least promise of returning to. I am well, and this is enjoying good health, and has ever since I left Randolph. Wherein I left Randolph, I went to Rockingham and stayed there 5 weeks. And then I left there and went to Richmond, Virginia to be sold. And I stayed there 3 days and was brought by a man by the name of Groover and brought to Georgia. And he kept me about 9 months. And he, being a trader, sold me to a man by the name of Rims. And he sold me to a man by the name of Lester. And he has owned me for 4 years and says that he will keep me to death. Separate us without some of my old North Carolinian friends wants to buy me again. My dear mistress, I cannot tell my feelings nor how bad I wish to see you and old boss and Miss Raoul and mother. I do not know which I want to see the worst, Miss Rohal or mother. I have thought that I wanted to see mother, but never before did I know what it was to want to see a parent and could not. I wish you gave my love to old boss Miss Roel and Bellum, and gave my manifold love to mother, brother, and sister, and please tell them to write to me so I may hear. So that's what dude said in his letter. Now it continues after, so I may hear from them if I cannot see them, and also wish you write to me and write me all the news. So it says more than that. But this letter is from Villette Lester of Georgia to Miss Patsy Patterson of North Carolina. Let's go back and see how many times this dude was sold. So he was okay. Let's see. Long embrace the opportunity. Long I can never be self-promising return. I am well enjoying the life since I left Randolph. When I left Randolph, I went to Rockingham, stayed there 5 weeks, and then I left there to went to Richmond, Virginia to be sold. So here go one pause. He was sold in Richmond, Virginia. Stayed there 3 days. Then a man bought me by the name of Groover and brought me to Georgia. So he was sold twice. He kept him 9 months, and he, being a trader, sold me to a man named Rims 3 times. And he sold me to a man by the name of Lester 4 times. And he has owned me for 4 years and says that he'll keep me to the end of his death. This one person was sold into slavery 4 times. This letter was written in 1857. So root words. When was Reconstruction? When was the Reconstruction era root words? Where you at, boy? Where you at, boy? Huh? Where you at, boy? Stick your head out. From 1861 to 1865, right before that whole Reconstruction era, this dude was writing a letter. Them niggas doing look at shit. Nigga said biotics. These dudes slow. What you talking about? Yeah, I know Shaw was gonna go over there because he like entertaining them niggas. That'd be part of his problem. That's why I be saying what I be saying about Shaw. Is he be with the bullshit. I mean, but that's what they do though. They you know what I mean? That's their people. This nigga was sold 4 times. 4 times. In less than a year, he was sold 4 times. 4 different people. You tell me how he gonna find his family. If he got kids somewhere, tell me how he gonna find his kids. He know they in North Carolina, but I'm pretty sure he don't even know how to get to fucking North Carolina. But he know how to write. Hey, bro, you can learn over there too. You can learn over there. You can learn how to you can learn how to be dumbed down and made stupid over there. Yes, I love the bullshit. What you mean? What's the subject matter? They looking at a picture? So I ain't going over there. I'll tell you out there right now. That's one letter. Yeah, you can't get to them. You got to go here. So their correspondences, these letters right here are correspondences. But they give you the information here. Somebody just hit the link though.
Yeah, it was me. They over there, that niggas over there looking at a picture. What's his name? Not Aboriginal Power. A1. The angry nigga. You know, he over there showing a picture of a dark skinned, look like a dark skinned Native American. He asked him what you think their ethnicity would be. Forget DNA and all this shit. I'm like, man, these dudes is crazy. They use the same tactics every time. It's like they avoid DNA or they avoid science until they feel like it's beneficial for them, which is crazy to me.
But yeah, y'all. This right here is letters from slaves that could write at the time, and they've been translated right here. And they just letting you know. And for what they have evidence for, they provide it. What they don't have the evidence for to take you to the actual letter, you'll get an error. It's going to come up an error. But they're also telling you certain shit. This even telling you about American colonization. 1755-1912. John Richardson Kilsby Papers. We can look that up. Kilby Papers. Yep. John Richards, ain't that what it say on the screen? John Richardson Kilby Papers. Look. Kilby and his son. They tell you right there, were both lawyers of Suffolk, Virginia, and members of the Riddick family, correspondence and legal and other papers of Kilby and other sons. So yeah. It says they have collection. It says here, the bulk of collections concern such legal activities of the Kilbys as administrators of estates, collections of bills, and adjustments of property. The collection is important in part of its early records of families and references to politics and social conditions of Namesman County, Virginia, but also it refers to references to slavery and the American Colonization Society, conditions of Liberia, and for its slave list of Riddick and Glazebrook. So you do some digging there, you'll be able to, like I said, you can ask Duke for requests for the papers, but more than likely you probably gonna have to register. And I'm sure if I do enough digging that we can get to some of the other stuff. But let me start sharing my screen real quick. Yep. Ended up being 5 times. I stopped at 4, but you're right. It was 5 times. Motherfucker was sold. They kept selling his ass. You said, let's go back to what you said. You said that he was trying to deny speciation.
Yeah. He said he don't believe in speciation, and they shouldn't say that we have the same common ancestor with chimps and bonobos because of the DNA that we share. He said he don't believe in species going from one species to another. I think he said basically macroevolution. Let me see, can I find the timestamp real quick?
Okay. So, evidence for speciation. In the summer 1995, at least 15 iguanas survived Hurricane Marilyn on a raft of uprooted trees. They rode the high seas for a month before colonizing the Caribbean islands and Anguilla. These few individuals were perhaps the first of their species, iguana, to reach the island. If there were other intrepid iguana colonizers of Anguilla, they died out before humans could record their presence. Evolutionary biologists would love to know what happens next while the colonizing iguanas died out. While they survived and changed only slightly, or will they become reproductively isolated from the iguana and become a new species? We could be watching the first steps of an all operatic speciation event, but in such a short time, we can't be sure. So when you talk about evidence for such, so there's evidence for speciation. Here's another example. Northern spotted owl, and then the Mexican spotted owl. So it looks like something's going on there. But go ahead. My bad. I'll use it for a timestamp. You're on mute. So let's go define a species. A species is often defined as a group of individuals that actually or potentially interbred in nature. In a sense, a species is the biggest gene pool possible under natural conditions. For example, these happy-faced spiders look different, but since they can interbreed, they are considered the same species. That definition of species might seem cut and dried, but it is not. In nature, there's a lot of places where it is difficult to apply this definition. For example, many bacteria reproduce mainly asexually. The bacterium shown at the right is reproducing asexually by binary fission. The definition of a species as a group of interbreeding individuals cannot be easily applied to organisms that reproduce only or mainly asexually. Also, many plants and some animals from hybrids in nature. Hooded crows and carrion crows look different and largely mate within their own groups. But in some areas, they hybridize. Should they be considered the same species or a separate species? If two lineages of an oak look quite different, but occasionally from hybrids within each other, should we count on them as different species? There's a lot of other places where the boundary of species is blurred. It's not surprising that these blurry spaces exist. After all, the idea of a species is something that we humans invented for our own convenience. So he doesn't understand evolution.
Nah, he all the way off. He don't understand the taxonomy and shit either, because that was fucking that all up. Well, if we evolve from primates, like, no, bro.
We didn't evolve from primates. We are primate.
Dude, crazy.
So let me go to something. Let me go to something regarding taxonomy. There's a bill that I like that I don't think people have seen in a long time. Hold up, let me try to find this joker. Four years ago, we was fighting the fake ammo shit. It's crazy. Almost 5 years ago. And we still fighting the dumb shit. Where's Ujawu taxonomy video? The one where he break out the crayons. That's easy work. Is it on the SSU? Yep. Damn. Boy, you know your computer be listening to you. But it didn't pull the video up. Hey, I'm telling y'all, Wujao got a really nice taxonomy video. like for real, for real. And I know he had spent some time organizing the videos on the channel to make it easier for some people to search, but I don't know about this taxonomy video. The other stuff, of course, I can roll up on. This is one of my favorite videos right here. Nah, I ain't gonna play it. I don't wanna start no junk.
While you looking for that, I'm gonna play. I found a timestamp. I'm gonna play it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Let me out.
No, these are
If you playing, we can't hear it. We heard it first, but we don't hear it now. Ah, okay, you still spinning.
let's go. Right? So here's my premise. Somebody set the clock. So
I'm on mute.
if
I'm
we
muting up.
evolve,
Yep,
all right,
I'm
so
shutting up. I almost
this
said that. Go
without
for it.
coincidence and Cujo. I'm at y'all. So if we evolve from these great apes, right? Remember earlier I said not a coincidence.
We didn't evolve from great apes. We didn't evolve from great apes. We are great apes. That's what I said. Let's correct that. I didn't say that we evolved from great apes.
But
We
hold
are
on,
great apes.
But the story is that we share a common ancestor.
The story.
That's what they say. We share a common
That's what
ancestor.
they say in the
That's
science.
not a
Yep.
story.
Keep going,
That's
Sean.
not a story.
Keep going.
Look.
Okay, go ahead.
They say.
Hold on. Let me put it on the table why I don't believe it, and y'all can pick it apart. So remember earlier I said this is why I believe these are small things on why I believe that we're not that we're just a totally separate species. Again, I was born with 12 fingers. You can't find an ape that was born. You can't find a no ape that has 12 fingers. It doesn't happen in apes.
It actually does. But okay, let me get to that. You born with the 6 fingers. Listen, you don't have to see it, but let me tell you where that comes from. Actually, the 6th digit is the dominant feature. To be honest, the 6th digit is the dominant gene. It's not the dominant feature. It's the dominant gene. The 5 digit is the mutation. So you just happen to carry. That's a vestigial base. It doesn't in most species. Most mammals have 5 digits. I mean, all primates have 5 digits. All primates have 5 digits. Many cats, and dogs as well.
All right,
some
so
dogs have. Some
me,
have 4.
Look, Cujo, to me, prospectively, that would mean that.
Prospectively.
Look.
From your perspective,
I can't say this is fact. So this is my perspective. That would mean to me the human is the more advanced version, and you go ape, monkey, you know what I'm saying? They're the lower version because they don't evolve like how we evolve.
Your idea of advancement is just your idea. If you have those anomalies in human beings, like your 6 fingers, that's because human beings are descended from a much smaller population. Our genetics aren't as diverse as chimpanzees. Chimpanzees have far more genetic diversity amongst chimpanzees than humans. Far more genetic diversity amongst gorillas than humans. So they don't have those mishaps like that happen in the human family as much. because the human family is far more inbred than those two species. And we are separate species. Yes, the human being is a separate species from a chimpanzee. However, they fall under the same phylum. They fall under the same family. I mean, that can't be denied. It doesn't matter what you think. And all the no, but see, wait a minute. And you said you think they're more advanced version. That's just your opinion, bro. Ants have been here longer than human beings.
We fall under the same family as far as words and how we describing people.
No, as far as genetics, as far as in reality, we fall under that. In reality, this is a fact. It can be quantified and proven.
Why? Because now here we go. Why are we assuming that because we share similarities? I'm not understanding. Like, just similarity, being similar doesn't mean you're the same.
I didn't say you were the same. We are different species, but we are relatives.
When you look at what they say, we share, we share a lot of the same DNA with bananas, rats.
You're just running away from facts because you don't want to face that for whatever reason, and I think it has a lot to do with white people calling us monkey over the years. Look at it so derisive.
Hold on. My premise is if we came from each other, we should be able to mate with each other. That's one. I feel like anything that can
no. How do you get that?
Hold on. I got you.
That's why we are different species, bro.
Hold on. I got you. Because then we're gonna have to go down the lane of abiogenesis, macro evolution.
No, we don't share enough. We don't share enough genes with them to reproduce with them. We have quite a few in common, but we don't share enough to reproduce with them. That's it.
Why would we? Because here's what I'm saying.
It's called speciation. It's called speciation.
I don't believe
one species turned to another.
That's spookism. That's spookism.
How? What's spookism? Spookism.
That's eugenics. That's eugenics program.
Hold on. Because let's be real. I'm pseudo. Hold on, I got y'all.
Yeah, you pseudo.
In order for speciation, how? What would
you don't know what speciation means?
No, I
mainstream
science. That's why I don't believe it. That's why I don't believe it.
All right, you shouldn't believe it if you don't know what it is. Speciation is when species develop separately. So they would develop like human beings develop separately from chimpanzees. And that's speciation. We became a different species.
What causes that?
Mating amongst an isolated population. That's how it happens.
You said mating amongst an isolated population?
Yes, an isolated population. And those genes continue to grow from there.
Australopithecus, any one of those
what does that have to do with it, huh? What about that?
Exactly. That's got everything to do with it because y'all love vagueness. Y'all always talk about sources.
I mean, for real, dude. Do you realize what you're doing? Look, all you're doing is running away from facts. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you the fact is human beings are more related to chimpanzees than chimpanzees are related to gorillas.
Hey, Virginia.
That's an absolute fact.
Hey, Virginia, I know you like to talk. I know you like to talk, Virginia, but look, mainstream science. Exactly. Hey, look. Hey, I'm gonna get there. Shaw, I got you. I'm gonna get there. Mainstream science, bro, doesn't even state how you got to hominid form. Y'all don't even explain that.
So what? I don't care. I don't care. That does not take away from the fact that human beings and chimpanzees share more genes.
Hey, bro, stop talking over me, bro.
How does that negate what I said?
I know this upsetting you, but at the end of the day,
I'm not upset at all. I'm not upset. I'm not upset at all. I'm asking you a question. How does that negate what I said? How does that negate what I said?
Bro, fuck negating what you said. You can't even explain the science. You can't explain it.
You did. I'm saying human beings and chimpanzees share.
All right, so let me go ahead and get this out of here because he said something about primates not having 6 fingers, right? He said that.
Yep.
He said, right?
Okay. Oh yeah, you already got it up there. Yeah, I've dropped that shit in the chat. Damn, I don't know what they be in their own little world over there.
Yeah, he's straight. So here's a 6-figure primate.
Oh, here you go.
So why you say that? Why you say this don't exist? Here go your cousin right here. He got 6 fingers.
Primate with 6 fingers.
No. Don't misquote me now.
That's your
We
cousin.
just played. We just played you. We just played
I
it.
said. Hold on.
You said why they don't have why the primates not have 6 fingers?
Hold on, I got you. Do all lemurs have 6 fingers?
Do all African Americans have 6 fingers?
No. Hold on. Do all lemurs have?
Do all African Americans? I'm using your logic. Do all African Americans have 6 fingers?
No, not at all. But let me. Now answer my. Now hold on. Now answer my question. I'm asking you. Do all lemurs? Do all lemurs?
Different species, right?
You said what?
We see the same thing in this species, right? Because they're primates. What you're looking at on the screen is a primate.
It's a primate. We know what lemurs are.
So we see it in their species. The same shit is in our species. Not all of them have 6 fingers.
It's not common in us, though. What are you talking about?
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
No, it's not.
It's most common in African American males, brother.
About the 6 finger shit.
You said what?
I came on the show after you was gone, and I provided 2 sources regarding the 6 finger shit, and it's not common in us, bro.
It's not common in African American males.
No, it's not.
It don't say that, Sean. I seen a hold on. Hold on. I was very clear. Hold on. I personally said that it's very common in African Americans, Asians, and Europeans.
It didn't say that, bro.
Bro, you can find that. So if it's not common in African American males, who is it common? Who does it commonly happen?
It's most common in African American males. That's not saying that it's common in general in African American males, though.
No. I'm not saying that. I said hold on. We playing word games. Again, I didn't just designate it to black to when you can find articles about it, right? Some articles are gonna say that it's common with most common with African American males. You're gonna find something that says Asian and European. When I initially spoke on it, I said all 3. I didn't just say one.
Okay.
Now my
so
point,
what's your point? Because it's not common in none of us.
Hold on, let's go back to the evolution context. My point of saying that is because it's more common. I feel like it's more common in humans. That would mean that these primates. And it's not
your opinion, and you're not using science.
I said that, but I said that, Sean. I said that on the panel. I said, y'all respectively. Cujo cut me off. I watched it back this morning. Cujo cut me off and said, "Oh no." I said, "No, Cujo, this is my perspective because there's no truth to it." I said that on the panel. I'm picking apart small things like that. Small things
but
like
you don't have evidence for it.
You didn't pick it apart though.
So how could you pick
because it's not it's more common. Hold on. I got you, Sean. Only lemurs. Pull up another primate. We got African Americans, we got Europeans, and we got Asians.
You moving the goalposts now.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
You said there were no primates with 6 fingers.
We could go further. We could go further. When you look at humans, we produce different types of phenotypes. Now, the only group of people that I got you, Sean. The only group of people that don't produce, Sean. The only group of people that don't produce a lot of phenotypes would be, I would say Chinese people. Like a lot of them, majority of them, they have a distinct look with a lot of them look alike.
Why are you talking about phenotype?
Hold on, I'm telling you this because when we go to primates, I got you. When you go to gorillas, do gorillas produce multiple phenotypes when they have kids? No, they all look the same.
So you want me to show you
talk about lemurs? They all look the same.
An albino gorilla?
Huh? You said what?
You said what did you just say?
An albino is a birth defect. A gorilla is just a gorilla. That's not a birth defect.
Listen to me.
That's a phenotype though. That's a
birth.
That's a phenotype.
Hold on, Sean. Is being albino is that natural or is that an effect? Hold on, Sean. Is being an albino natural or is it an effect?
It happens in nature. So
it happens. There you go. It happens in nature. How do you think the white gene evolved?
See, I'm not. See you trying to you believe that. I'm not. I don't.
No.
Believe
I don't. But no.
I don't believe albinos come from. I don't believe white people came from albinos.
I'm gonna mute the fuck out of you. No, nigga, don't ever say I believe that. We have evidence for it.
You got evidence that white people come from albinos?
I believe. We got the gene. We know the gene name. We got the blue-eye gene. We know the gene name. So don't say believe, brother, when we have the evidence.
Where did the blue-eye gene originate? Europe or Asia?
Africans.
I know.
Neither one know.
I'm gonna say it again.
Where did
it happened in Africa.
You said what? Where did pale skin originate?
Africans.
Where did pheomelanin originate?
Gene.
In Europe or Asia? Do you know?
Did what?
Where did pheomelanin originate?
What do they got to do with different phenotypes?
I got you. I'm gonna bring you back to the primates. I'm gonna bring you back to primates. Where did pheomelanin originate?
I'm
You're kind of going all over the place.
No, where did pheomelanin originate? Do you know?
Game.
Where did pheomelanin originate? Africa, Asia, or Europe?
Do you know the name of the white gene?
Wait, you said what?
Do you know the name of the white gene?
No, I don't believe the white gene, but go ahead.
Okay, so
you're not going to answer that pheomelanin question.
So how did Homo sapiens develop a white phenotype? If you don't believe in the white gene, how did Homo sapiens develop a white phenotype?
I don't know. I can't say I know. Sure. Now we would have to. Now you want to go with the end? Hold on. You want to go with the Ngozi theory? You want to go with the Ngozi theory and Ankenem theory?
Oh, I don't fucking listen.
Because I'm sure it matches yours and mine.
Shit, bro. I don't. So again, the gene that I am referring to is the SLC24A5.
That's the Ngozi. Go ahead. You Ngozi. Go ahead.
That ain't Ngozi shit.
Ngozi got a whole video about that, Sean.
I don't give a fuck what Ngozi
Go ahead, though. Go ahead. Finish.
This ain't the Ngozi show. The OCA2 and the HERC2 are specific genes that deal with what? Do you know? I just told you earlier, so you gotta know now.
Melanin.
No. What did I just say to you? What was I talking about?
You said, where did the white gene come from?
No, I also said what else? I said white gene and what other? What other gene did I say?
I can't recall.
All right, so keep it there. All right. So what I'm about to give you, what I'm about to put into the chat is this. Into this private chat. And what you need to do is you need to look at these genes. Before you can dismiss or say you don't believe in something, you need to go find the evidence for it. Because that's poor research methodology.
Hold on. I got you. I'm gonna definitely look at it. But this is what I want to say, Sean. We jumping. The reason why I'm asking you, where did pheomelanin originate, right? Because if we look at all now, if we look at apes under their skin, if they don't have hair, they don't. Most of them don't have melanin like us.
I can show you an ape that looks just like a white man.
Huh?
I can show you an ape.
Cool. Well, now I'm just going. Now, Sean, hear me out.
It look just like a white man.
Hold on, hear me out. I'm just going by what they say.
Man and a black man.
I got you. What I'm saying, I'm going by what they say. The scientists, everybody that does these studies. According to them, the melanin that we have is stronger, is a higher form than pheomelanin. Right or wrong?
Brother.
Right or wrong?
Get your point so I can clear all your shit.
I got you. So if we have a higher form, according to them, so it's equal. You feel like it's equal? I need to know your perspective before.
Get to your point.
My point is this: if they're saying that, hold on, I got you. If they're saying that we have a higher form of melanin, and this pheomelanin that apes have and that white people would have developed in Asia.
Why would white people have pheomelanin?
Now, Now you just said under the fur of gorillas.
That would mean,
their
hold on, I
skin
got y'all. Hold on.
is- Okay.
If they have pheomelanin, apes and white people, and we have, regular melanin, and we have the higher form, and this melanin developed in this pheomelanin that they have developed in Asia, that would mean we came first as humans, and then they came.
Well, it doesn't mean that.
That don't mean that, bro.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because he thinking of evolution in terms of better or worse, and that's just wrong.
No. I'm not. I'm just going by their math. If we have the higher form,
not their math.
No.
That is their math. Pheomelanin didn't develop in Africa.
So listen, end of the story. End of the story is this.
Pheomelanin didn't develop in Africa.
You can't show me a 7 million year old human, but I can show you a 7 million year old hominid. Are you catching what I'm throwing? I can't show you a 7 million year old human, Homo sapiens sapien, but I can show you a 7 million year old hominid.
I got my perspective on that, but I feel like you're going. All right, so let me say that, right? Let me speak on that, right? When y'all say we can't find a 7 million year old,
because none exists.
Y'all gonna say
the oldest evidence we have is 300,000 years old.
Okay, but again, if we know, you said what?
That is a fact.
So do you feel like there's no bones in the world? They found every bone in the world. Sean.
None have been discovered. Zero, zilch, none.
So what I'm saying is they scoured this whole world. Sean,
180 to 200,000 years.
Sean, they scoured this whole world.
Brother, they look for this shit every day. This is the one continuum in science that continues to have funding.
So what about people that died at sea? They don't count.
Who the fuck was in sea? Who the fuck was in sea?
No. What I'm saying is people that so they find.
Listen to yourself.
No, I'm not. No. What I'm saying is how do we judge that if we know that they
listen to yourself? We talking about Homo sapiens sapien, wise man, brother. We talking about human beings. Who the fuck was at sea 7 million years ago?
What I'm saying is there's a lot of hold on. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people that died in the sea. Have they found all of their bones and bodies and remains?
Brother, the motherfuckers died at sea, was thrown into the water or threw themselves into the water or something fucked up in a water situation happened. That's traveling. That has nothing to do with the evolutionary process.
No, you missing my point. What I'm saying is in order for us to have hold on, Sean. In order for us to have a definite,
people, bro.
Hold on, Sean. That's like me saying, yo, I didn't find Sean keys, but I never looked in the house. That's
so there's no keys. The ocean for people, bro. We came out of the water.
They're not looking for people. There you go. You going into spookism. I can't.
No. There's nothing.
I can't argue with that. I don't agree with that either.
Until you can show me
that's
evidence
macroevolution.
Any of the shit you saying, you just talking. So you got to step back and you have to learn. You can't keep talking, Sha, because you don't have evidence.
Sean, I'm not. Sean, hold on, Sean. No. I'm not gonna dive into.
Listen. Logically, listen, brother. 7 million years ago, motherfucking hominids didn't have a need to be near sea. The closest that they got to sea, if they dealt with anything, was shellfish that was being brushed up on the shores. So you look for fucking bodies near caves and tunnels because that's where they would go, or in trees. Why? Because they were hiding out for other fucking animals, different species of animals that were running around that could kill them. Fucking like lions and shit like that, as an example. Right? Where can you seek shelter? Right? In caves. Away from weather. Away from waters that are coming up. Because motherfucking life forms, all forms of life, have been found near in caves near fucking water. Right there. The best thing about this whole evolutionary process is that the shit is consistent with the way we behave today. Now, the difference between today and 300 years ago or 400 years ago or 500 years ago is the fact that niggas was near water then, niggas is near water today. We can all go out and we can see our civilizations are built mainly near fucking water. All of them. The way the hunter and gatherer hunted and gathered is near what? Water. They don't go or deviate too far from water. Hominids did the same shit. That is why I said we have evidence on the continent of Africa for all hominid species. No matter what you say, we have that evidence. They don't have it nowhere else in the world.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that.
What? Oh, yeah, okay. So they may have a hominid here and a hominid there. But now we're talking about our evolutionary process. We know because of our bone structures, our hands, our feet, right? Our skulls. We know our cheekbones, our teeth, our chest, rib cage, pelvic bone area, tailbone area, all of this shit. We know if we look at the bone structure of all the other animals, primates out there, we align with that shit. Them fucking birds and all of that shit, they got shoulder blades and wings and got their little fingers and shit all in there. All of that shit is similar, bro, when we look at nature.
I agree.
Okay, so you're accepting speciation.
No, I'm not. Hold on. Let me make my point, Sean. Like hold on. Let me make my point. When yesterday, all I said was the story is that we have a common ancestor. I think common ancestor is very misleading. Similar, having similarities, which I agree on, and having things in common, I'm cool with. But saying that we come from one specific common ancestor, it's misleading.
No, it's not.
It is misleading.
No, it's not.
That's lazy science to say that we came from one
common ancestor. It says we come from a common ancestor. That doesn't mislead.
I don't believe that.
All right, so you don't have to. You don't have evidence.
So what do you have evidence
I don't
for?
have evidence. No, hold on. This is about.
Do you have evidence?
Let me say this. This is a perspective thing.
No. You want to argue so bad. Where's your evidence?
Where's my evidence?
Yes.
What?
Where's your evidence?
We're not. If we came from a, if we come from,
we don't have one.
Hold on. If we come from a common ancestor, why can't we mate with these things? Why can't we mate with these things if we have a common ancestor?
Listen to me.
Why can't we mate with them?
I'm being specific.
We're too far apart.
I'm being specific.
You can't mate with an ape.
Where is your brother?
You can't. We said 99%.
No one on the panel ever claimed to mate with an ape.
No, my point is, all I'm saying is this.
Sapiens made it with fucking first of all, Homo sapiens. Well, first let's do it this way.
Humans made it with humans. We don't got to jump in the word. Humans made it with humans, brother.
Humans did it with Homo sapiens did it with archaic humans. Archaic humans.
All humans. There was nothing really different about them, Sean. Come on, let's not do that.
It is, nigga. The head, the skull, the features, the nose, the bones around the eyes,
brain sizes,
all this shit was different. The Neanderthal is totally different from the archaic human.
Is a Neanderthal a human?
We are a better species than the archaic human. We are. The archaic humans are the Novicens and Neanderthals.
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that they're humans.
Sapiens are two different. We moved them niggas out of the way because they couldn't adapt. But this is proof that the evolutionary process works because as motherfucking shit evolved, shit evolved, shit began to decrease and not exist anymore. Where the fuck the Neanderthals at?
They still around. They're mixed in. That's why.
Where the Neanderthals at?
So nobody got Neanderthal blood? So nobody got Neanderthal blood, Sean?
Where the Neanderthals at?
So nobody has Neanderthal. Hold on.
You can't find me a person with 70.
So nobody has Neanderthal. So they don't say. So you believe in DNA? Hold on. No.
50% Neanderthal DNA, bro. You can't.
So nobody has Neanderthal DNA?
You didn't hear what I just said, Shy. Everyone on this fucking planet, bro, got some type of small percentage of Neanderthal DNA.
Okay, so what do you mean? Where they at? They still here.
No, they are not, Sha.
They're not here in full form, but they're still here, brother.
Not, Sha.
Why? Because because there's no person that has full only Neanderthal DNA.
Fucking Sha, you're not listening,
bro. That's perspective. That's perspective, Sean. That's perspective.
No, you're not listening. Listen to what I'm saying, Sha. There is no Neanderthal left around because they could not mutate and they could not adapt. They could not continue to breed, and they couldn't find any source for living. When it came to war, we were smarter than they were. We knew what to do to these motherfuckers that they couldn't do to themselves, Sha. They left, just like the Dehumanisms. But yet we have people that still have the genetic, so they
ain't go nowhere.
Dehumanisms and Neanderthal.
So they didn't go nowhere.
They did, Sha. They don't exist.
No, you don't. Again, perspectively, you're trying to say that a full-blooded one is not around anymore.
I don't know.
But they don't have to be. They don't have to be.
Show me a Dehumanism, Sha. The closest thing we got to Dehumanisms are Native Americans, brother.
I know
that.
They
don't even have that much of a percentage of the shit.
No, but all right. Like I said, this is perspective. I'm never gonna agree that they just don't exist no more.
Sha, you're not agreeing because you just feel like that. You arguing your
No. What more evidence? Okay, so
you don't have any.
Here we go. If somebody, I got you. If somebody did not, if somebody denied Neanderthal existence, and hold on. If somebody denied the existence of Neanderthal, and then there was nobody with DNA evidence of a Neanderthal, cool. But I'm not doing. I have evidence. We know people have Neanderthal DNA, brother.
No, you don't.
So no.
Do you understand? It's a small amount, bro. You know how
no,
like,
but y'all missing the point. Hold on.
I get your point, but
this is why
you're trying to generalize. You're overgeneralizing to the point to where it's fallacious.
We're talking about two sets of humans. We're talking about at the base level, they're humans.
No. Taxonomically, they're
humans.
They are distinct. They are distinct hominids. They are distinct hominids.
They're still humans.
They are archaic.
They're still humans. That's the part that y'all trying to run away from. They're still humans. If they wasn't humans, they wouldn't have been able to mate. If they wasn't humans, we wouldn't have Neanderthal DNA.
If they wasn't humans, you're generalizing. You're generalizing.
Are they humans?
Can a Neanderthal, right? Can a Neanderthal have a Neanderthal baby with a Homo sapien?
A Neanderthal baby?
Yeah.
Say that one more time.
Can a Neanderthal produce a Homo sapien? Can a Neanderthal produce a Neanderthal child?
Technically, yes, sure, because that baby would have Neanderthal DNA, brother.
No, they can't.
So it wouldn't be so would the baby have Neanderthal DNA? Would the baby have Neanderthal DNA?
How much?
Would the baby have Neanderthal DNA?
How much time have you spent on trying to learn
this? Would the baby have Neanderthal DNA? What makes it not? How is it not a Neanderthal, but it has Neanderthal DNA?
Would the baby survive?
How is it not? Hold on. It's not a Neanderthal.
How many babies would you get?
What? How much time have you spent on this shit, Sha? How much time? Tell the truth.
Sean.
No. Answer nigga question.
Sean, how is it not a Neanderthal, but it has Neanderthal DNA?
Answer my question.
I spent a lot on it, brother.
No, you haven't.
You're not showing me nothing I don't know.
No, you haven't.
You don't know this, bro, because you fucking it up.
No, again, it's perspective.
So
he's trying to say,
are you saying
if Neanderthals didn't exist no more, nobody would have Neanderthal DNA.
Do you understand what taxonomy
they
is?
Made it with them. Then how the fuck would they not?
You said what?
If they made it with Homo sapiens sapien, and that gene pool crossed over, and that gene flow crossed over, how would they not?
Exactly. So why is he saying that they don't exist no more?
No, I'm saying how would they not have it in how would they not have trace amounts of Neanderthal in their DNA?
I got you. What I'm saying is that these are two.
I'm saying, are we Homo sapiens or Neanderthals?
Hold on. This is what
Show
I mean
me
by
a Neanderthal today.
Hold on. This is what I mean by perspective, because you guys believe
perspective is belief.
No, y'all not being able to let me talk. Y'all acting like the apples right now. Y'all being apples. Y'all being
Nah,
apples.
we're dealing with science right now.
Y'all being apples right now.
Is that a source on the screen?
You don't want to learn
Is
this
this
shit.
Mozzie
You telling me that you
Abo
try
clean?
to spend time learning this shit, bro?
You're not
you
even
ain't learned
attempting to
shit.
falsify
I got y'all.
the
Y'all not letting me
reality.
talk either. Y'all not letting
You
me
ain't
talk
learned
either.
shit. No, I don't want to hear from you right now because you don't have no evidence. What I'm trying to,
Sean, you just
to
said
talking
that
about
Neanderthals
perspective,
don't
bro.
exist no more. If they didn't exist, how the fuck do people got Neanderthal DNA? Make it make sense.
Listen. It's
Oh,
real listen, Sha. Listen to this.
These are two humans.
Listen to this. Listen, Sha. The physical traits of Homo sapiens includes a high and rounded globular brain case and a relatively narrow pelvis. Measurements of our brain case and pelvis shape can reliably separate a modern human from a Neanderthal. Their fossils exhibit a longer, lower skull and a wider pelvis.
I'm not denying none of this.
Tiny bones of
This is
our
still a
middle
human.
ear. The middle ear, vital in hearing, can be readily distinguished from those of Neanderthals with careful measurements. In fact, the shape differences in the ear bones are more marked on average than those that distinguish our closest living relatives, chimpanzees and gorillas, from each other. So when we compare ourselves to fucking Neanderthal, we know the goddamn differences. We know the differences, bro. From the top to the bottom.
But are they human at the base level? Yes or no?
Oh my God.
Listen, bro.
Are they humans?
What's a human?
Are they dogs? Are they cats? Are they humans? Are they birds? Are they sharks? Are they humans?
They're not modern humans.
I didn't say modern. Are they
They're
humans?
not modern humans.
Are they humans?
They're Neanderthals.
Are Neanderthals humans?
They are not modern humans.
You're not answering my question. Is that your final answer?
I just did.
Are they humans?
I just
Were
did.
they
And I
humans?
gave you an example. I asked you, can a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien have a Neanderthal baby? And you said, what? What was your answer?
I said, prospectively, if that baby has Neanderthal blood, it can be considered a Neanderthal.
Question. Can they have a goddamn Neanderthal
Yup, I'm saying
baby?
yes. Yup.
No, they cannot. No, they cannot.
So would the baby have Neanderthal DNA? Yes or no?
Brother, listen, how do you think that Homo sapiens even fucking have Neanderthal DNA? Because Sutek was trying to explain that shit to you, but you wasn't listening to what he was saying. We dominate that shit, bro.
I'm not denying that. I said that. That's what I was. Hold on. This is why I brought up pheomelanin.
Listen.
If y'all know about pheomelanin, that was my whole point.
So listen. So
all y'all doing is echoing my point.
You're talking. You're not listening. You're not learning anything. So what I'm trying to tell you is that if we know that we dominate in that area and we can breed these motherfuckers out, it's just I'm gonna give you a more clear example. If I take an English bulldog and I breed an English bulldog with a fucking pit bull, I'm gonna get some fucking off-breed mutt typing dog. But if I take that off-breed mutt type dog and I breed that motherfucking dog back to a English bulldog, the damn traits of an English bulldog are going to start showing out more in that litter. Now, if I take another dog from that litter and I breed it back to the English bulldog, I'm goddamn back to a damn English bulldog.
Facts.
So what I'm telling you is why the fuck that ain't happening with Neanderthals? If they still here, nigga. Don't get quiet.
Y'all gonna let me answer?
Don't get quiet.
Hold on. Now look, now this is why I asked y'all about pheomelanin. Because again, I got you. This goes back to my point. If we're this super dominant being, how do we come from these people? Because these beings that have a lower form of melanin come after us. They're not even that. How did they produce the melanin that we have if they came first?
You thinking like white, bro?
No, I'm not. I'm not. Y'all not following me.
Yeah,
but again, we're
you
gonna stay. Hold on. Y'all not gonna get that. Hold on. Let me finish my statement. My point is, because I made my statement, because Sean not gonna answer if those Neanderthals was human. He's not gonna do that. He just made a correlation with dogs. Hold on. You just used 2 dogs. Show me a dog doing that with a cat, brother. Please.
But it's a whole different species.
Exactly my point. Neanderthal is a human. I don't care what you call it. It's a human.
Where are they, bro? They are extinct. Okay. You feel like they're human. They're extinct humans.
I don't have a problem with y'all thinking. Hold on, let me finish. I don't have a problem with y'all thinking that these
Homo erectus.
Hold on, Tavis. Don't say nothing. Real quick.
Can't no humans mate with nothing that ain't no human, brother.
Listen.
So we can mate with Homo erectus right now.
No. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
See, y'all delving into the name game. That's why.
Listen, please. Listen. I'm not trying to mute you. Listen, please. Modern humans are not archaic humans. That answers your question.
You playing with a lot of names, and that's the problem. That's why that perspective. That's why Sean. That's why that perspective. I'm not doing the name game. Y'all
playing games. A name game.
You are doing the name game.
You're playing the overgeneralized, super big umbrella game right now.
Humans are not modern humans. They're 2 different.
What's the common denominator, Sean?
I'm going to show you the difference.
What's the common denominator? But what's the common denominator, Sean?
Taxonomy, bro.
Humans.
That they're humans, right? Am I missing that part?
You're not listening, brother.
No, y'all not listening. I said prospectively. I don't have a problem with y'all dealing with that. I don't have a problem with y'all. Hold on. Let me say this. I don't have a problem with y'all feeling that what we looking at is talking about different beings. I don't have a problem with that. I just disagree. These are all humans. These are all humans. When you start getting into the names and stuff like that, that's where it's convoluted, and you're trying to make it seem like another species had a baby with another species. That's not happening, brother.
Where are the Neanderthals today? Where the Neanderthals at today?
You won't find them because they was mating with us. Again, you're talking about. Hold on, let me explain. You're talking about 2 different humans. This is why I'm asking. This is why I said y'all not listening to me. This is why I asked y'all about if y'all knew what pheomelanin, because it's still. Hold on.
Them today. Let's go slow. Why can't we find
them today? I got you, Sean. You're not following me. If they made it with us, and we know that that was my point of bringing up pheomelanin. If we are the stronger. DNA wise,
melanin got shit to do with the mating process.
No, you're missing my point. Hold on, Sean. You missing the point. The point is that we are. Hold on.
Listen.
What I'm saying is,
what pheomelanin is? Hold on. Do you know what pheomelanin is? Yes or no? It's on the screen. Do you know what this shit is?
It's what makes red hair and all that type of shit. You know, I'm clueless to what the hell that has to do.
I don't understand why you keep using this shit for your argument, bro. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a different conversation. It's different. Eumelanin is a dark brown, black, bioaggravated of melanin pigments derived from the 5,6-diohydroxydiol and the carboxy acid. So we know. Look, it's right here.
My claim about my argument about pheomelanin is confirming what you feel. Hold on, my statement. Hold on, Sean. My statement about pheomelanin confirms what you feel about Neanderthals.
No. You're making a mistake. When I'm trying to walk.
How am I making a mistake? Pheomelanin developed in Asia. It didn't develop in Africa.
Do you have a source on that?
No, he don't. Listen to me.
I don't.
Man.
Listen to me real closely. No. There are 2 major pigment types present in skin: eumelanin and pheomelanin. That's the end. It's talking about skin type. So how the fuck does skin type have to do with human evolution?
I got you, Sean. Follow me again. According to scientists.
No,
you're not gonna let me respond.
What does it have to do with the evolutionary process?
I'm showing you. You hold on. You're not. Hold on. You trying to? You, hold on.
Pull up your source, bro. Read from your source.
Hold on. What you not realizing is me bringing up pale melanin confirms what you feel about why we don't see Neanderthals no more. If according to this is not according to me. That's why.
Pale melanin, you on melanin ain't got shit to do with why we don't see Neanderthals. I
got you. Hold on. I got you. I got you.
Because they said Neanderthals had dark skin.
Hold on. According to scientists, your melanin, the melanin that we have, is stronger and it's a higher grade.
Where is the source?
Hey,
where is the source?
You're not letting me talk.
I have a serious question for what he's asking right now. Hold on.
Pale melanin is a lower form. He just said the white gene and all
that. What metric are you using? What metric are you using to come to this determination?
It's an Abel channel. Y'all convoluting it.
I'm asking you, what metric are you using to make this determination?
Where is the source?
He don't have one, and he talking about this the Abo channel.
Put it in the private.
Y'all Abo moving. Y'all not letting me.
Where is the source? Put it in the private.
I'm out, bro.
No, don't run, Shy. Put the goddamn.
I'm not running. Y'all not letting me talk. That's Abo.
But you're doing too much talking, though, bro. You need to be reading off the source, not talking.
I asked you for the source. Can you give me the source so I can put it on the screen?
So, Sean, you don't know that. You don't know that. So where did pheomelanin develop?
We don't know shit. We don't know shit. Pull the source.
Where did pheomelanin develop?
I asked you for the source so I can
where
put
did
it on the screen.
Develop? Sean.
Where is the source?
Where did pheomelanin develop?
In humans,
I'm not asking
started off in Africa.
Where? Who was
they started off? Humans started off in Africa. So
hold on.
I would assume it would be there.
Source. I knew you was gonna leave. God damn.
The crazy shit is he said that.
So we can put it on the screen.
He said apes had light skin up under their fur. But then he asked him where pheomelanin come from. Like it don't, and that shit already don't have shit to do with what we talking about. Anyway.
All humans have you melanin and like that. I don't even understand his point. That's why I'm asking. He talking about dominant traits and stuff. What are you like? What's your metric of? What are you basing your metric of dominance off of? Because it's environmental.
That's what I'm trying to tell that nigga. He's fucking it up.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy.
Humans are superior, or he looking at this shit in some type of religious way. Like, no,
I don't. That's crazy. That's why I kept asking. What is his metric? What metric are you using to determine dominance? That's all I want to know.
Humans.
That's all I want to know.
More dominant than everybody else. That's why I said he looking at it like a white man. Looking at it
That's where that idea comes from the white man. I mean, we can trace it back. It's sources on that.
You want to separate yourself so bad from
the goddamn source that he was trying to use and say this. Well, this is what the science says. Okay, so if you finna tell me what fucking scientists are saying, let's put it on the screen. Let's read the shit. Let's get some understanding. I don't want to hear you talking to me, Shy. I don't want to hear that shit. I want the goddamn source so I can put it on the screen. You see how I got this shit sharing on the screen? That's all I want to do right here, Shy. I want to do that. Don't ever fucking say we abos, nigga. We talking evidence over here. We ain't talking no goddamn make believe. But you kept saying,
but that's crazy. He talking about his belief. Talking about that nigga projected like a motherfucker. That's called psychological projecting. You doing the stuff that you trying to say somebody else doing, bro. You the one in full belief mode. We talking straight science, man. Can we see the source? What I need a source for? You don't know what bro? Slow down. You freestyling right now. We're not freestyling.
So you don't know that? Nah, we don't know shit. Pull up that source.
Right. Wow. Well, look, real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let me read this article to y'all. Right. Let me read this. The biological species concept states that species are reproductively isolated entities. That is, they breed within themselves, but not with other species. Thus, all living Homo sapiens have the potential to breed with each other, but could not successfully interbreed with gorillas or chimpanzees, our closest living relatives. That's what the fuck we were talking about earlier when he said why we can't breed with them. So I wanted to bring this out for him, right? So on this basis,
You don't believe that, man. You don't
species
believe
that
that.
interbreed with each other cannot actually be distinct species. This is
He
the
disagrees.
key, Shy. Species that interbreed with each other cannot actually be distinct species. So let's go further. Critics who disagree with Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapiens are two separate species can now cite supporting evidence from recent genetic research. This indicates that two interbred with each other when they met outside of Africa about 55,000 years ago. As a result, everyone today whose ancestors live outside of Africa at the time has inherited a small but not significant amount of Neanderthal DNA, which makes up about 2% of their genomes. Now, I still believe they are distinct species in the face of seemingly decisive evidence. Why do I cling to my belief that Neanderthals and Homo sapiens are distinct species? Well, in my view, the problem is not with ancient coupling between our ancestors and Neanderthals, but the limitations of biological species concept. We now know from the same kind of genomic research that many other species of mammal interbred with each other. For example, different kinds of baboons, genus Papio, wolves, and wild dogs, bears, and large cats. In addition, one recent estimate suggests that at least 16% of all birds interbred with each other in the wild. You have a puma leopard hybrid. You can see the species on display at the Museum of Tring. We now know that many mammal species can interbreed. Thus, the problem is not with Neanderthals and modern humans, all other species that interbred with each other, but with the biological species concept itself. It is only one of a dozen of suggested species concepts, and one that is less useful in the genomic age, with its profuse demonstration of interspecies mixing. The reality is that in most cases, in mammals and birds, species diverge from each other gradually. It may take millions of years for full reproductive isolation to develop, something that clearly had not yet occurred from Homo neanderthal and Homo sapiens. So in my view, if Neanderthals and Homo sapiens remain separate long enough to evolve such distinctive skull shapes, pelvises, ear bones, they can be regarded as different species, interbreeding or not. Humans are great classifiers, and we do like to keep things orderly, but we should not be surprised when the natural world, past and present, does not match up to our neat and simple schemes. Behavior is irrelevant here. But what about the archaeological evidence that is also commonly cited in favor of uniting Neanderthals and Homo sapiens? That they had cultural behaviors such as burying their dead and painting designs on the walls of caves. Well, interesting as that is, it should be excluded from the biological classification of species, since behaviors are potentially more plastic, evolve more quickly, and spread more easily within and between species than traits based on anatomy and DNA, which is the conversation. Anatomy and DNA. So all in all, brother, these motherfuckers, big head motherfuckers over here, ain't these little wise men over here for a reason. And you did all of that, saying this, that, and the third, and confusing the whole goddamn shit for no reason. Now, the original point was you had motherfucking 6 fingers and shit. You had 12 fingers and toes, right? That's cool. And you said that don't show up in primates. Well, we had primates that the shit showed up in. Then you went somewhere else with that. What we see in nature, we see within, bro. We are in nature. We're talking about the natural world. You can't say belief, and all this other shit when we're talking about the natural world, because science's job is to answer questions in regard to the real world by using evidence. So you have to show me scientists saying whatever the hell you was trying to argue so that we can hash it out and see what the real science says behind that, which you never really substantiated that. Now you're going to say that I didn't let you get your point out. I did, Shy, but you were not making no sense because when I asked you a specific question, you couldn't answer it. You gave me the mumbo jumbo shit. And that's why I asked you, how long have you been studying this shit? Because you would have been way past the belief because of the evidence.
Exactly, the evidence, bro. Your perspective don't mean nothing in science. It don't.
Right.
Your common sense don't even mean nothing in science, bro. So you're gonna have to come with source material.
You keep saying humans are humans. Yeah, that's why they classified archaic humans and modern humans, right? That's where their classification lies, right? Because distinctively, the brain size of a modern human versus an archaic human was totally different. The pelvis area, totally different. But yet we show these similarities. The same similarities that you're saying that all humans are humans, right? And all motherfucking great apes are great apes. Are we not great apes? Are great apes?
He gonna push back on that.
This whole thing is about primates, bro. Because he doesn't understand hominids. That's it. He doesn't.
And really, it's the better term. Like if he wants to make that, like I don't understand why he don't want to like accept that. Because if you want to generalize and say what we all are a hominid, we all are primate. Nobody gonna argue with that. But then you know that's gonna bring in them other apes that you try to separate from. You know what I'm saying?
You don't even understand that because he, like, when I played the video, he's saying that we say that humans evolved from primates. Like, no, that's nobody says that, bro. Humans are primates.
He right. That's the fact.
Sutek, what does it say on the screen? What does it say on the screen?
Humans are primates and are classified along with the other apes in a primate subgroup known as hominids.
Boom. He don't want to be in that group.
I tell these niggas all the time, it's just a classification. That's it. If you fall under this classification based on the description of this classification, then what's the fucking big deal?
I don't get it. I don't see what the problem is. I don't understand why we're not even really closely related to.
He played the video. You don't even know what you said.
We're not even directly related like that. Like it's crazy. Millions of years apart, bro.
How can a common ancestor be misleading, bro?
That's crazy. He said that. God said it was misleading to use common ancestor. Why? Because it's so far away?
I didn't say you had a beef with the primate. I said you had it wrong. You said that science says that humans evolved from primates. Science don't say that. You do. Two things could be true. You also said the shit about the common ancestor. You wrong about that too, bro. I don't get how you come to that conclusion.
All right. So during the late Miocene epoch, between 5 and 7 million years ago, East Africa looked like different compared to today. Rather than dry deserts, the land makes up present-day Ethiopia, Chad, and Kenya. Was the densely wooded and rainforest and ample water supply. I don't know why I ain't logged in. And within these rugged forests lived a population of primates that would become contemporary humans millions of years down the line. What did humans evolve from? Much of human evolution happened in a tiny portion of the world. While we are both primates, one more time, while we are both primates, we did not evolve from chimpanzees or baboons. Two species that are today found mostly in Central Africa and places like the Dominican Republic of Congo. Our first known common ancestor is what? Who? Sahelian anthropologist. I can't never say this name. Sahelian Anthropos Chatidness. is a species found in Chad that dates 6 million to 6 million years ago, around that time. There's some evidence that the species stood upright and balanced its head on the base of a skull, says Chris Stringer, professor of human evolution and natural history of Museum of London. But researchers aren't in complete agreement. Orient-Tagini is a species found in Kenya known as the Millennium Man. Also dates back to around the same time and was about the size of a chimpanzee.
He was a human. They was a human.
Right.
They all humans.
They're all humans. They're all humans. Scientists discovered another species, Ardeniopithecus ramidus, in Ethiopia in 1994. It lived some 4.4 million years ago. The structure of its skeleton, namely the shape of the pelvis, shows that the species likely walked upright as well. All three of these species could be earliest members of the human line. Then, between 2 and 4 million years ago, the bipedal species known as Australopithecus was
Australopithecus.
first evidence of human-like toes and teeth. Somewhere in this group are the ancestors of true humans, but we hadn't arrived quite yet. Australopithecus still spent time in the trees, judging by the length of its forearms and the size of its brain, suggests an intelligence level closely related to the gorillas and chimpanzees. Then here comes Homo erectus. The next phase of human evolution came from Homo habilis, a species first found in East Africa known for making stone tools and venturing to other areas of the continent, namely South Africa. This is the predecessor to the famous Homo erectus, the first species to forego living in trees, and most importantly, says Stringer, the first species known to have left Africa. Its fossils have been found in Georgia, China, Indonesia. Homo erectus is widespread and it's lasted for around 2 million years. The species walked upright and had human-like head and toes, but it still wasn't as intelligent as freaking modern humans.
He was a human, though.
Ultimately, huh?
He was a human.
Yeah. Homo erectus ultimately gave rise to Homo habiligensis, the species that most closely resembles us and is nearly as intelligent, but they ain't as intelligent. Homo habiligensis could be our common ancestor with Neanderthals. However, we don't know this for sure. Many of the specimens we found are too young to fit within the timeline properly. Either way, around 600,000 years ago, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, our own species, split a common ancestor. Another sister species that lived in Siberia, the Dehumanizers, were also closely related to both Neanderthals and modern humans. Although we found few Dehumanizers fossils, there's a lot we don't know yet about them and their connection to us. Neanderthals and Dehumanizers and modern humans coexisted around 500,000 years ago, until about 40,000 years, when all except humans mysteriously disappeared. Scientists remain unsure what exactly caused these extinctions. All we know is that we were the last ones standing. God, the fuck, Lee. Shock. But they was human, huh? They was all humans. So let's break down that shit. Definition of a human.
He said, "You the source." Like how is he the source when you literally been pulling these motherfuckers up, bro?
Left and right.
Being a Christian, man.
Yeah.
Came on here talking belief.
He is being a Christian. That's a good one. He is. I'll put shit on the screen, y'all. Fuck it, I be the source. I got evidence. Evidence. Evidence supersede your opinion. You believe. Here's a definition of a human. A human is a hominin. Huh? There's that damn word again. Hominin. Shark. Don't be stupid, bro. Characterized by having a higher and vertical forehead compared with earlier hominids. That shows you distinctively that the other species that we mentioned before in the walkthrough evolution that you wanted to call humans Our brain capacity and volume is totally different from Homo erectus, Homo habiliensis, Homo australopithecus. They don't have them. And we can see that, Sha, when we look at the fucking, come on, yo. You tripping. Anyways, a human is a bipedal hominid characterized by having a higher and vertical forehead compared with earlier hominids. Duh. The brain volume is about 1,400 cc. The teeth and the jaws are smaller and the chin is prominent. Humans are the hominids capable of creating using complex tools, solving problems by sense and reasoning, using symbols and languages, and creating complex social structures. Over time, humans have demonstrated behavioral modeling and advancement.
Oh, you getting too specific now. You need to cut that out. Yeah, you doing too much now, man. You talking about languages and stuff and communicating and all that.
That's what I'm saying. So how the fuck could them other people be humans when they couldn't even fucking talk, bro? They couldn't even communicate like they can't even shy. Have you seen two motherfucking gorillas, orangutan? No. Have you seen Homo erectus and Homo habiliensis and Homo neanderthalis and all of them other motherfuckers? Have you seen them arguing with each other? Have you seen them?
They could be grunting and shit.
Right.
I read something about their vocal, like the way, like their vocal cords was, like
I got the book.
It's not the same. It ain't the same as ours. Don't stop sourcing up on it. No, don't source up.
Nah.
Don't pull out this.
Pull this shit out.
The work. Oh man, he about to give somebody some work now, man.
He also confusing the pale skin gene with pale melanin.
Yeah.
Those ain't the same, bro. Other primates have pale melanin. So this is why we're telling you it developed in Africa. Have you seen orangutan? Them reddish ones? That color, that specific color comes from pale melanin.
That boy don't know. That boy don't know that.
Well, the primates come from Asia. That's why, you know.
Boy, you know that arguing with them apples so goddamn much you didn't got done. On this subject matter. On this subject.
See, that's why y'all can't spend too much time talking to them, boy. It's just start rubbing off. That's why I be having to go watch some science and go watch some virus shit.
Shot. All I got is evidence, bro. All you got is an opinion. Your opinion based like a
He got perspective. Hey, he got plenty perspective to pass around for everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he's trying to make that synonymous with belief.
Oh, Shy. Explain this shit to me.
Why
only us, Shy?
Damn.
Why only us? Hold up.
Damn.
Let me change this shit up. Single page. And let me scroll, motherfucker. Shy, I'm starting this off just like this for your ass. Why only us? Why come all the other humans that you want to call humans? Why are we the only humans that can do this shit? Why we the only ones, Shy, with language? Talk to me, smarty. You said they're humans, so what the fuck was they talking about? We the only ones with speech, Shy. Hey, the author of this book, beautiful lecture. The author of this book has, I'm telling you, I'm doing it on Science with Sean, and I might do it on Science with Sean because I don't want to take no hits. As a matter of fact, I think I'm doing that tonight. I'm dedicating the show to Shy. I feel like it's Shy. It's time for you to go through the ringer. So I'm gonna teach you a lesson. I'm gonna teach you a lesson about hanging out with abos and not having proper research methodology and understanding how to properly argue your point, because you don't know how to fucking source up. and you don't know how to actually deal with information, and you still got a lot of shit to learn. You still wet behind your motherfucking young ass ears.
Damn.
I'm little brothering you right now. Let this be a learning lesson. Let this be a learning lesson for your backside. So the next time you be equipped to go over there and deal with them aboriginals
properly.
on better terms, nigga.
Huh.
I'm finna little brother your ass. Shy. So why are we the only motherfuckers that can speak, talk, argue? Huh? What makes us better than them other fucking people you want to, them other hominids that you want to call humans, my nigga? Huh? If they were human, why come they couldn't develop speech? Shy? Why they brain sizes is too small?
What's wrong with their throat, man?
What's going on, Shy? Chapter 1, the brother says, we are born crying, but those cries heralded the first stirrings of language. German babies' cries mirror the melody of German speech. French babies mirror French speech, apparently acquired in utero. Within the first year or so after birth, infants master the sound system of their language. Then, after another few years have passed, they are engaging their caretakers in conversation. This is remarkable species-specific ability to acquire any human language. The faculty of language has long raised important biological questions, including the following. What is the nature of language? How does it function? How has it evolved? This collection of essays addresses the third question, the evolution of what language? Despite claims to the contrary, in truth, there has always been strong interest in evolution of language since the very beginnings of generative grammar in the mid-20th century. Now, generative grammar sought for the first time to provide explicit accounts of language grammars that would explain what we call the basic property of language, that a language is a finite computational system yielding an infinite of expression, each of which has a definite interpretation of semantic, pragmatic, and sensor motor systems, informally thought and sound. When this problem was first addressed, the task seemed overwhelming. Linguistics scrambled to construct barely adequate grammars, and resulted were so complex that it was clear at the time they could not possibly be evolvable. I don't want to bore y'all to death. This first chapter get into some shit. It gets into some shit. But I want to say, Sha, you got to do some work, bro. You got to tell me why these other humans ain't talking.
Now you on. This is what I mean. This is what I've been saying the whole time. This is perspective. Because
no,
you just
this ain't perspective.
That's why I ain't evidence. Up here. It is perspective. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it's perspective. Because again, you keep trying to give all these attributes to try to veer off from the fact that Neanderthals are humans. That's one. Now, if you don't feel like they're humans and you feel like they're something else, cool. That's a perspective. But they wouldn't be humans if we made it with them.
I was specific. I said this a long time ago before you even asked the question about our Neanderthals humans. I said archaic human 45 minutes before.
Okay, so why are you trying to add all these additives to it to try to convolute it to make it seem like they not humans? That's what you're doing.
No, he's adding context.
No,
he's contextualizing.
Hold on, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. When you do, hold on, this is what I mean. Hold on, I got you. This is what I'm talking about. This is my point. This is my point. Hear me out.
You don't have one.
I do.
No, you don't.
This is why I said, hold on. This is why I said, hold on. I got you.
I'm not living off of perspective.
They're humans, brother.
Belief and all this other shit.
You said what?
Because I know. I'm telling you what I know.
Yes.
They're humans. That's hold on. What I'm saying,
types of humans, yes.
This is what I'm saying to you. You're trying to convolute.
He's not though. That's now you're being misleading.
This abo work. This is abo behavior.
You're lying. That's your
no, I'm not. My point is, hold on. You're being deceptive with words because you're trying. I just listen to you. for the past 10 minutes. You say, oh, how the fuck is these people humans? You want to project that these ain't humans. You're projecting that.
No, he's not. How is he doing that?
I just heard him. I was just listening to him.
If he calls them archaic humans, how is he not?
He's like, he literally just said 10 minutes ago, how are these motherfuckers humans?
No.
And repeated their attributes. He's projecting that they're not humans.
Australopithecus, Homo habiliensis, Homo erectus. You said all them motherfuckers was humans.
No, I didn't say all of them was humans. I said Neanderthals were humans. I said Neanderthals. I was talking specifically about.
So what's the difference between Neanderthals and Homo erectus?
They are humans.
So Homo erectus is not human?
Homo erectus is a human?
You said what?
So Homo erectus is not human?
Hold on. We just talking about Neanderthals. Y'all drifting. I said Neanderthals are humans.
You're not listening,
humans on humans. That's all that was, Sean.
The chat knew what the fuck I was saying.
Hold on. So why? Okay. So why are you? So why did 10 minutes ago you said you mean to tell me these motherfuckers is humans and you verbatimly went into their attributes again? You're trying to project that they wasn't.
I'm gonna say it one more time because you acting
so. Not modern humans. No,
but they're still humans.
They are.
You keep using the term convolute.
Modern humans.
Can you define your definition of convolute versus contextualizing?
Oh my God! All right, again, this is perspective. They're still so modern humans aren't humans. Were they humans? Were they humans?
Archaic.
Were they humans?
Archaic.
They was humans though, right?
Archaic.
Specifically, he's saying yes, they are archaic humans.
Different types.
All right, bro.
He's contextualizing.
I'm not contextualizing.
He's contextualizing. You're generalizing.
What he's doing is he's trying to make it seem like these are different. These are different species.
I mean, they are
species. These are humans.
They are though.
No, they're humans dealing with humans.
They are archaic humans. A number
are they humans?
Of Homo
are they humans?
Are lions cats?
What is the common denominator?
But yeah, it's a lion.
What is
this is what you're doing. It's a cat, though.
It's a cat, right? That's my point. Now, show me a cat mating with a dog.
No.
Show me a cat mating with a bird.
They have a different scientific
with a human. Show me a cat mating with a gorilla. Show me that.
Listen.
You can't.
Let me show you the difference. Hold up, Chavis. Let me show you the difference. The brain size of an archaic human is 12.
Can a cat mate with a human?
The brain size.
That's why he's saying you're not trying to learn, bro.
No, because y'all trying to play. This is what I mean by. Hold on. This is what I said I said it the first time I was up here. This is perspective. If you guys feel like
there's a difference between a modern human and an archaic human,
you're just gonna have to agree to disagree. To me, they are humans.
Now
let's get to this language thing you just said.
No. There's no agree to disagree, Sha.
It is. I'm not agreeing to that.
Modern humans, Sha? Are they modern humans? Yes or no?
You said what?
Are they modern humans?
Yes, I'm agreeing to that. Modern, and you got modern, archaic. But my point is, they're humans.
No, are they? No.
They're humans.
No. You can't say
you have humans mating with humans, Sean. You have humans mating with humans.
We're not the same species.
They're not the same species.
No, hold on. This is what I mean. Hold on.
We're just in the same genus. The genus is Homo. That's what links us. The species of us is Homo sapiens sapien. Just like
I'm gonna let y'all speak.
Homo is the genus. Neanderthal is the species. They're different species, even though we are all humans.
Hey, anytime Tamika agrees with me, Sha, it's fucked up. Because she argues with me every day off GP, bro. You got this motherfucker agreeing with me, bro.
I'm not, hold on. What I'm saying, hold on. All I'm saying is when we talking about perspective and we talking about these things, I feel like the context of this specific conversation, and I'm not just talking about y'all, with people that talk about this, they try to make it seem like these beings are like these are two different beings. And
But then you got people like you trying to make them like they have no distinctions at all.
This is why I did not want to come up here. Y'all don't want to hear that part.
Yes.
No, I'm hearing you, but you don't want to hear what I'm saying too.
Y'all want to have the conversation as if we're talking
we
about
let you speak.
totally different things. When we're talking about two different types of humans at the end of the day.
Yes,
that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about a cat and a dog. We're not talking about a cat and a dog.
Are they the same species?
A cat and a dog is the same species?
Well, no. Are you and a Neanderthal, are y'all the same species?
We're the same. We're humans. That's the
part. This human species.
Yo, this is what I mean by perspective. You want to deal with. Hold on. You want to deal with.
It's not perspective. It's
I'm not denying that. If I was denying that there's a different genotype or anything like that, cool, y'all would have an argument. I'm not denying that. I'm talking about at the base level, we're talking about humans dealing with humans. We're not talking about nothing else.
It's a classification, bro. It's not. We're not the same species.
And hold on. And my point of bringing that up is and pointing that out is because when we talk about this is why I said saying we have a common ancestor is misleading because humans and these other beings are not the same. That's why I said it's misleading to say we have a common ancestor because we're talking about and you can't use human on human to justify that. You can't use that.
What beings are you talking about?
Common ancestor.
What beings?
Did you not listen to what I just read to you two sources ago, bro? When they were talking about our common ancestor could have been such and such, or this particular before Homo Neanderthalis. You didn't listen to none of that. So what I'm basically telling you is this, bro. You're going up the wrong tree. You're searching for some shit that we ain't even looking for because that's not what science is saying. And
I'm not searching for nothing.
They have been very specific in providing answers to this question because this is something that they're dealing with every day. When I tell you that they're dealing with this subject every day,
I got you, Sean. Hold on. And all I'm saying is,
they're trying to be the first people.
Hold on. All I'm saying is,
outside of fucking Africa.
Hold on, Sean. This is what I mean by perspective. All I'm saying is they're saying that because hold on, I got you.
About perspective.
Hold on, I got you. Why y'all not letting me talk, bro? That's what I mean by Applewood. What I'm saying is they have no. Hold on, let me talk. Let me talk. They have no.
How long you gonna talk right here? You gonna talk us to death?
You just cut me off and I'm talking.
Or a girl.
You just cut me off.
Anything.
When I was sitting here telling you about the shit and you just cut me off.
Y'all not listening, brother. Y'all not listening. Y'all not listening.
No, because I was just
y'all not listening. And y'all don't want to hear it because y'all stuck. And when y'all say people doctrinated or just stuck on, y'all don't want to hear this.
Talking, Shy.
What? You're not really saying much or nothing. You giving your perspective.
Y'all not letting me talk either. It's not my perspective.
You saying
none of you niggas on this page show a human splitting into an ape or to a gorilla or to a banana. You can't show that. All you're gonna do is read something. What is y'all talking about?
You don't have no evidence.
Y'all can't even show speciation. Y'all can't show speciation and y'all can't show
I just did earlier.
You cannot just you can't demonstrate it.
You can't falsify speciation.
All you gotta do is say I believe because they said.
You understand that you can't falsify it? Why you saying that we can't do that? You can't falsify it. You have yet to falsify speciation, and anything that you have said is stated.
Y'all can have this corner because y'all wasn't gonna let me talk when I came up back a bit.
No, nigga, because I was talking before you cut me off. The fuck me?
It's cute. Like I said,
we can see speciation in bacteria.
Y'all believe speciation in
we can see microbial.
But y'all will turn around and say, "Yo, we can't mute that nigga." But then turn around and say, "We got a common answer."
One more time. Here you go on the screen, my nigga. You said we didn't even do this, or we didn't even do that, nigga. I did this shit soon as I played your video. I brought the shit up defining what speciation is. You said we can't show an example of speciation, nigga. It's right here on the fucking screen. So get the fuck out of here. Like I said, you so used to dealing with aboriginals that you don't fucking know what real evidence is. You don't know what proper research methodology is. You keep thinking niggas is ducking shit because you got a feeling. Fuck your feeling. Fuck your feeling. Where's your evidence? I gotta talk to you like I talk to them niggas. I don't give a fuck how you feel. You could have got shot, nigga. I don't give a fuck because you saw your ass. You could have got shot in your ass, nigga. I don't give a fuck because you got shot in your ass, nigga. We still gotta work, nigga. Get your ass up with the pad on your ass and all that shit. Let's go.
Nah. What evidence that you got shot in your ass? We don't see no blood.
Yeah, fuck out of here. So my point is,
you can't come up here with perspective.
Yes, come on, man. Right here is an example of speciation right here in your fucking face, yo. Bacteria, like he just said, right here in your face, yo. Right here, an example with birds, bro. A crow and a fucking hooded crow. Come on, man. We got this shit, bro. We know what the fuck we looking at. We deal with the goddamn science. It is one goddamn thing you ain't finna fuck up, nigga. Is that some shit we've been studying for years. Golly, bro, don't sit here and say, goddamn, you can't show this or you can't show that. Look at this nigga. Break it up. God damn. The hell, bro? We sitting trying to tell you, Shy, that you cannot argue with evidence, bro. You keep sitting up here talking about perspective, opinion, yada, 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 all this bullshit. None of that shit matters, Shy. When niggas source up, bro, you got to adhere to the source. And if you have something that supersedes what the fuck we talking about, we going to entertain that shit.
Shit, we'll even concede if we wrong.
God damn, bro.
We don't got no problem. But this, you can't just... You can't come up on here with your perspective and then be trying to tell a nigga that they, y'all just believe. No, we dealing with evidence. We dealing with scientific understanding, bro.
You said y'all just gonna read some shit.
Oh,
just gonna with perspective.
This shows you.
Yeah, he want to talk. You just gonna talk.
Hold on. Now Sutek said this shit earlier, but we're gonna reiterate this shit one more time for Shop. Common sense ain't even welcome.
Ain't scientific.
Ain't scientific at all, nigga. Because what you think? All right, so let me give you a real life example, right? Shy, you from Jersey. I think I heard you say that, and you're people from the South. So I think you living in Jersey right now, right? So y'all say some shit up there like it's brick outside or some shit like that, right? We don't say that shit. We don't even know what the fuck that shit means.
Hell no, not nowhere down anywhere in the South.
Now, I'm gonna translate what that shit mean to Chavis. What he is saying is that it's cold as fuck outside.
By saying it's brick.
By saying it's brick.
Is brick cold or something?
Hold on, Chavis. Is that common sense?
Hell no. What
you didn't know shit about that, so it ain't so common.
Hell no.
Sha, the example that I just gave you just fucked up your common sense shit. Admit it, nigga. Take your ass whoopings. Take your ass whooping and learn from your mistake. I told you I'm little brother in your little ass today.
He must not know about the fallacy of appealing the common belief.
No, nigga, I'm giving you a goddamn example of common sense since you said I'm not using my common sense. In science, it's not welcome. Common sense is not welcome. If I told you that if I said this to you, Sha, if I said that she cornbread fed, what the fuck does that mean to you if you've never heard that shit before? But to Chavis and Sutek, being from the South, they gonna say she what?
Dick.
Exactly. So that might be common sense to us, but where you from, that shit ain't common. Y'all don't say that shit. Or somewhere, or some Californians, they never heard that shit before. So I'm like, what the fuck that mean? And I'm like, we just saying she thick. Or if I say some shit like it's cold, a nigga in California gonna be like, nah, bro, it's hot outside. Nah, you might be like, nah, that shit was cold, what he just did. Like, that shit ain't common. Common sense is not welcome in science. Now I gotta show you that shit, bro. Ah, boy. I hate doing this to young people.
Like, is the sky blue or does it just look blue because the blue the blue particles, right? The reflection of those blue particles that travel shorter distances. It's an optical illusion, which means your senses have tricked you. Common
This
Yeah,
sense
you
is
don't
not.
rely on.
This nigga said a
Yeah.
horrible analogy, bro. That was a great example that I just gave you, slow ass. So I'm gonna give you even more a better one. Common sense and science are two words that are often confused when it comes to their meanings. When strictly speaking, there's a difference between the two words. Common sense is our usual understanding of practical issues. We talking evolution. Ain't shit practical about evolution. The word common sense is used in the sense of natural instinct. On the other hand, science is the study of knowledge of the physical and natural world based on observation and experimentation. The word science is used in the sense of a kind of knowledge. Common sense is our knowledge of day-to-day life. That's why I said what I said about it's brick outside. And then using that as an example that you said was a bad example, nigga. And the motherfucking science, this article right here just supports what the fuck I just said to your ass. Another ass you gotta hold. Science goes a step beyond and provides scientific explanation for realities in life and those that we take for granted. This is the main difference between the two words. This article attempts to highlight the differences, these two, while providing comprehensive understanding of each word. So it gives you this, Sha. It gives you this. And I gave you an example. Look what they use. Look, he showed common sense in this case. Wow. Come on, man. You tripping. He learned all the sciences. You see the difference? This is a common sense nigga. You right here trying to be like Common Shop. This me. I'm in the lab. You on the street, nigga? I'm in the lab. Which one do you want to be, nigga? You little young whippersnapper. You in the street, nigga. I'm in the lab, nigga. I'm where to work at. Huh?
Whipping that dope up.
All this brick outside, nigga, and I'm out here with a thermometer testing that shit.
Talk about he lied. Nah, it ain't that cold. You just get that brick out here, boy. That jacket off.
Yo, one more goddamn time, bro. One more time for the speciation shit. Here you go, my nigga. It's over. This picture is speciation. Let me break this down for this slow nigga again, y'all. God damn, Sha. This is hurtful. This is hurtful. Species is often defined as a group of individuals that actually potentially interbred in nature. In this sense, a species is the biggest gene pool possible under natural conditions. I also showed that shit when I talked about that cat that bred the two different species of cats that bred. But anyway, for example, these happy face spiders look different, but since they can interbreed, they are considered the same species. The Iridian glerator. Now, the definition of the species might seem cut and dry, but it is in nature. It is not in nature. In nature, there are lots of places where it is difficult to apply this definition. For example, many bacteria reproduce mainly asexually. That's why Sutek brought it up, because asexually, right, the bacterium show at the right is reproducing asexually by binary fission. The definition of a species as a group of interbreeding individuals cannot be easily applied organisms that reproduce only or mainly asexually. Also, many plants and some animals from hybrids in nature, hooded crows and carrion crows, look different and largely mate within their own groups, but in some areas they are hybridized. Should they be considered the same species or separate species? If two lineages of an oak look quite different, basically from hybrids, each other should we account them as different species. There are lots of other places where the boundary of other species is blurred. It is not surprising that these blurry line places exist. After all, the idea of species is something that we humans invented on our own convenience. Let's do this one more time for this folks. Okay? Speciation is a lineage splitting event that produces two or more separate species. So let's give it another example of this shit. Imagine that you were looking up at the tip of a tree of life that constitutes a species of fruit flies, moving down the phylogeny to where your fruit fly twig is connected to the rest of the tree. That branching point and every other branching point of the tree is a speciation event. At the point, genetic changes resulted in the two separate fruit fly lineages, where previously there had just been one lineage. But why and how could it happen? The branch points on this partial Drosophila phylogeny represents long past speciation events. Here's one scenario that exemplifies how speciation can happen. A population of wild fruit flies minding its own business on several bunches of rotten bananas, cheerfully laying their eggs in the mushy fruit. Disaster strikes. A hurricane washes it. Is this not the example of what I talked about with the goddamn iguanas that they talked about that washed ashore up on the islands? He said that I didn't give that example, and I damn sure did. But let's go. The bananas and the immature fruit flies that contain out to sea. The banana bunch eventually washes up on an island off the coast of the mainland. The fruit flies mature and emerge from their slimy nursery onto a lonely island. The two proportions of the population, mainland and island, are now too far apart for gene flow to unite them. Did you hear that shit? They're too far apart for the gene flow to unite them. So what happens? At this point, speciation has not occurred. Any fruit flies that go back to the mainland could mate and produce healthy offspring with mainland flies. The population diverged. Ecological conditions are slightly different on the island, and the island's population evolves under different selective pressures and experiences different random events than the mainland population does. Morphology, food preferences, courtship displays change over the course of many generations of natural selection. So what happens? The motherfuckers that was on the island and the motherfuckers that was inland meet again. So we meet again. So now, this is, listen, I can tell this from an evolutionary standpoint, but I don't want to fuck nobody up. When another storm reintroduces the island flies to mainland, they will not readily mate with the mainland flies since they've evolved differently. Courtship behaviors. The few that do mate with the mainland flies reproduce invaluable eggs because of their genetic differences between the two populations. The lineages has split now, that genes cannot flow between populations. This is simplified model of speciation by geographic isolation, but it gives an idea of some of the processes that might be at work in speciation. In most real life cases, we can only put together part of the story from the available evidence. What the fuck did he say? The available evidence. However, the evidence that this sort of process does happen is strong. So when you come up here talking about there ain't no motherfucking evidence, the motherfuckers is telling you that we got strong evidence of speciation. Now, when I say that I can give you an example of this shit regarding evolution, think about the bat migration from the motherfucking early hominids that left out of Africa and came back into the motherfucking continent. Originally, they wouldn't mate with each other at first, but eventually motherfuckers' dicks got hard and motherfuckers' pussies got wet. Fuck out of here, yo. Gotta talk to you like a kid, man. We know you can't rebuttal. This is the difference. You try to sit here and say, now you being disrespectful. You sitting over here saying some elbow bullshit, right? Them niggas ain't got no evidence. What the fuck? What are you claiming?
So who's being more like the elbow?
Exactly, nigga. You being disrespectful now. Because them niggas have no evidence. And you finna tell me that we acting like some niggas that ain't got no evidence and we sitting here with tons of sources, source after source after source after source after source. You can't refute it because you have no evidence. You don't have no argument. You have a, here you go, Sean, again with perspective. The fuck do you mean, Sean?
Yo, with this fail milling and shit, bro. It came from
You
Africa.
don't fucking understand science, nigga. Your ignorance is out there. It's on display at this point. It's documented.
This is the backfire effect. That shit crazy.
God damn. Like, yo, you're acting like them niggas. I asked you for your source. What did you do? You kept talking. What the fuck?
This is about perspective.
Right.
What he said.
So you keep on wanting to project. You want to project your perspective on some shit, and then I'm sitting over here with sources, nigga. I'm sitting over here like, boom, here go a source. Boom, let's read this. Boom, here go another source. 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 Let's read this. You ain't got one source. You so used to arguing with them niggas that you ain't even got no evidence. Talking about common sense and projection. Look, this nigga said a source for what? Nigga, you made claims.
Hella claims.
Not a C. Don't tell this nigga. Put this nigga in the bed, yo. Put this nigga in the bed, yo.
Yeah, you tripping. You talking about speciation? Like, bro, what? So,
and I don't even know this nigga. And we should never let this motherfucker right here say none of that shit. Your ass should have shut the fuck up and learn.
Shine, bro. One source. Yeah, so Shy, how do we explain the transition fossils? There's no speciation. He said he act like he want to see a cat turning into a squirrel or some shit. No, bro, it's just one species turning into a different species, like an owl. A certain species of owl turned into a different species of owl. You muted, Sean.
I just got one question, Sean. Where do white people originate?
I'm finna kick your ass off.
Where do white people originate? No. Answer my question. Where do white people originate?
So you changing the first you said fail.
Answer the question. I just want to answer.
Africa.
Where did white people originate? In Africa, Europe, or Asia first?
All humans originated in Africa.
White people originated. The first white people originated in Africa, Sean. Where at in Africa? I'm asking you a question.
Oh my God!
Probably North Africa.
Where did white people? Where did the first white people show up, Sean? This Abbo, he not gonna say, but he claimed a white gene.
You sound stupid as fuck, bro.
He claimed a white gene came from albino. Where did white people pop up first? Or
you
albino first?
You sound. First of all, are you? What are you on? Are you on a cricket phone?
You said what?
Are you on a cricket phone?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
All right, I can hear you better. I said a specific phone, but yeah. All right, so you sound muffled. So let me be clear, Sha. All right.
Where did white people originate? I'm asking you.
See, you crying about he won't let you
talk. It's a simple question, bro. It's a simple question. Where did they originate, Sean? In Africa or Europe or Asia?
Answer this question, Sean. Answer. Go ahead. Everybody be quiet.
You know damn well they didn't mutate. They didn't mutate on the continent of Africa. They didn't mutate in China.
So where did they pop up?
There's a reason why they say what they say. So they had to mutate due to mutation and adaptation in an area where that gene needed to be dominant.
So this happened where? Where did it happen?
What did you gave me 3 places and I just ruled out 2.
Oh, why you don't want to say it though?
No, there's no need for me to say anything.
Okay, so here we go.
There's no need for me to say anything, Sha. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that white people are Neanderthals?
Would they not be the first?
No, they will not be.
No,
they would not be people. Hold on. If the melanin developed,
that's fucking leave.
So what kind of melanin did? So Neanderthals had your melanin?
Yes. They was dark skinned.
Wait. So
Neanderthals
was black people.
They was dark skinned.
You
ready?
Want
me to bring the source? Want me to bring the source? It's gonna beat you up.
Neanderthals.
Neanderthals is black people, Sean?
Have you
Uh-oh,
ever
I'm finna
seen
go
a
ahead.
Neanderthal?
Neanderthals
Have
was
you
black
ever
people. Have you
seen a
seen them? Have you seen their hair? Was they black people?
You're using
Have
anachronism.
you ever seen a Neanderthal?
Yes, I've seen a
Ask
depiction
them.
of them. Are they white or black people? Who do they more resemble?
They're neither white nor black people. What are they?
What? All right, Sean. I'm out, bro.
They're neither white
I'm
nor
out, bro.
black
Who the
people. Because white people are modern humans.
Oh my
White
God, I'm
people
out. This
are
Abo work.
not
This
archaic
Abo
humans.
work right here. This is Abo behavior.
No.
This
No.
is Abo behavior. This Abo behavior.
Nigga,
You
no,
playing games, Sean.
you are just playing. You are
know
just
them
playing
niggas
Abo
is white,
behavior.
bro.
You're right.
You
You're
know
right.
all
You
the.
are
Hold
just
on.
playing
This is the
Abo
funny
behavior.
part. This is the
I
funny
got
part.
science on my side. But what the fuck do you
This
got?
is funny. So
What
so
you
they
got?
so
What you
their
got, Shaw?
depiction of
What you
hold on.
got,
So
Shaw?
their
Tell me.
so
Tell me
so
what
their
you got.
depiction
What
of
you got, nigga?
Neanderthals.
What you got?
So their
Oh,
depiction
fuck
of
that. What you got? Where your source? Now I'm a debo your ass.
so how do
Where your
you know
fucking
what?
Hold
Hold on.
Nah, nigga,
So how do
source
you?
up.
He's
Source
doing that
up.
So
elbow
how do you
shit.
know what a
All
Source up,
Neanderthal look
nigga.
like?
Source up, nigga.
What does
You
a
acting like
Neanderthal
an
look like,
abo.
Sean?
Source up, nigga. Source
But you
up.
won't say what a Neanderthal
No,
look like,
source,
though.
no.
But you won't say
Source
what
up,
it look
nigga.
like.
Source
Who do
up.
they most resemble?
Source
Black
up.
people or white
Source
people?
up.
Let's be real
Source
here.
up. White people are Homo sapien, nigga.
All right,
Source
see,
up.
you running now. This
Source
is what
up.
I mean. This is what I
Source
mean
up.
perspective. He don't want to admit that up
No,
here. He
source
don't
up,
want to
nigga.
admit that up
Where
here.
your
You know
source
them
at,
motherfuckers
nigga?
is
Where
white,
your
Sean.
source
Come
at?
on, bro.
Where your source at? Where it's at, nigga? Put it in
Sean,
the
why
chat.
you
Dropped the
doing
source
this?
in
Where
the,
your
and
source
I
at?
just dropped the
What
source
do
in
they look like?
Where your source at,
the
nigga?
private chat,
What do
Where
they
your
look
source
like,
at?
Sean?
Sean.
What
Where
do
your
a
I
source
just
what do a
at?
it say
Neanderthal look like,
they
Where your
got
Sean?
dark
source at?
skin.
What do a
Where your
Neanderthal look
source
like,
at?
Sean?
Where your source at?
Hey,
You don't want to say it.
it say
And that's
Where's
whack.
indeed
your
That's
a
Abo
source?
study
behavior.
earlier this
No,
year,
Because if I was
nigga.
you, I would be
NCDNA
like, you know what?
Why
suggested.
nigga you talk no more,
Hold
nigga,
up,
without a source? Where your
hold
source
up,
at,
hold up.
nigga?
I'm reading
Where's
off the
the
source right
integrity in
now.
that? I would just be like, yo, you know what? They
Where your
resemble
source at,
more of
nigga?
white people. What,
Hold up,
what's the crime
Where
in that?
is your
hold up.
source?
Let me read about this source. This source said, indeed, a study earlier this year by ancient DNA suggested Neanderthals living in what is now Croatia had dark skin and brown hair. Neanderthal skin color was probably variable, as might be expected for a large population spread over a large territorial expanse. But it said right there they had dark skin.
Dark mean black now, right? That's Abo work. Here y'all go with the Abo shit again.
No.
You said
Y'all proving my
that, bro.
point. This
What
Abo
is you
shit.
talking about?
No.
This is Abo
You
shit.
said
Dark
all
mean
that
black
black
now.
shit.
No.
Bro, you said
Yo, y'all
that.
stuck
You
with me,
said
bro.
that black shit.
I don't ever want to hear
You
y'all
talk
say y'all
about
not
some
like
shit we
Abo,
don't
bro.
know.
That's
Hey,
Abo
Your
behavior.
behavior
sir,
is
Shit,
just
I ain't
sir,
got to do that.
the title of this link says Europeans did not inherit pale skin from Neanderthals. That's what this it's new science. I'm gonna put it in the chat so everybody can see it and read it on their own. Hold on. It says,
Ain't no fucking way you
I
gonna
didn't
sit
say
here
they.
and say that
Hold
shit.
on. I'm
You
not
got
claiming
no
they.
source.
Hold on. I'm not claiming they developed it from.
No. You acting like an
that's
abo,
what you was
nigga. Where your
doing.
Y'all ain't gonna
That's
let me
what you was
talk. No.
implying. That's what you was
Then y'all gonna
implying.
keep quoting.
Where
This
your
Abo
source?
behavior.
Where
This
your
is
source?
Abo work. Misquote
Where
to
your
try to
source at,
respond to
nigga? You
something that
acting like
somebody
an
never
abo.
said.
You
That's
goddamn
Abo
right you are.
behavior.
You acting
That's
just like them
Abo
niggas.
behavior.
You be over there arguing with them niggas with no evidence for so goddamn long, nigga. You don't even know what evidence look like no motherfucking more. Where your
Sure.
evidence?
So if I pull up a picture, hold on, I got
Where
you.
your
So
evidence,
if I pull up
nigga?
a picture of Neanderthal, is that not
Don't say
evidence?
the name, don't say none of
Because the
that
crazy
shit.
part
Drop
is
the
you know
source
what
in
a
the back
Neanderthal
chat,
look
nigga.
like. Hold on,
Go
Sean. You
ahead,
know
Drop
what
the
a
drop it.
source in the
Neanderthal.
back chat, nigga. Before you say
Just drop
anything
it.
else,
This is
nigga, come with the
Abo
goddamn source.
behavior.
Come
This is
with
Just
the
drop the
Abo.
source,
source.
bro.
This
No,
Drop the
Abo
you
source.
ain't
behavior. Because
sharing
you
Drop the
know
source.
you know
information,
what a
Shaw.
Neanderthal
You
look
ain't
like, but you
sharing
gonna play
shit.
dumb because you want
Drop
to
the
make
What
you
the
want
source,
to
fuck are
make
you
dog.
me look
talking
dumb,
about?
but you don't want to admit what a
No,
Neanderthal
we
look
don't
like.
play those games over here, Shaw.
So you don't know what a Neanderthal look like, Sean?
Demonstration beats conversation, Shaw.
So you don't know what a Neanderthal look like,
Where's
but
your
you got all this
demonstration, my nigga?
information on Neanderthals, but you don't know what they look like.
Where your demonstration at? I just
You
sit here
don't
and
know. You
told you
don't know
all the
what they
stuff.
look
I
like, but
asked
you
Are
got all
you
this
or are
information
you
on them.
not implying
Where's
that
the
they got their
integrity
skin
in?
color from Neanderthals? So that's where I'm at right now.
Shy. Bye, Shy.
That's what I want to know. Is he implying that they got their skin color from Neanderthal? Because that's what I was getting from everything he was saying. Now he's trying to say that's not what he was. Cause why when the sources come out was get
ask us what a fucking European where we from. No.
Come on, man. We already know what you implying, man. It backfired on you, bro. You tried though. We told you was messing up that melanin thing, bro. You getting that wrong. You don't understand. The dominance thing is based on environmental, you know what I'm saying, plate wherever you're at. if you light skinned it would be dominant in a cold area. If you dark,
that's the fuck part. That Africans even fuck them damn a lot of them damn Neanderthals.
They don't even got a whole lot of Neanderthal DNA because they was mating with other archaic humans. Because that's who was closer. Them niggas with Neanderthals way up there, nigga. We wasn't up there like that.
Come on, man. Talking about some goddamn elbows, nigga. You stay your ass over there with them niggas, nigga.
You don't have to. You want to talk about? You want to argue? Then he's saying the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over, asking you the same ass question.
I don't care nothing about where white people goddamn come from. That ain't the case, nigga. They are Homo sapiens. White people are Homo sapiens.
They come from Homo sapiens.
They have African ancestry. They have some African ancestry in them. They mutated and adapted elsewhere. I don't give two fucks about them goddamn where they from, yo. That means nothing to me. Shit, the modern science even telling your motherfucking ass that motherfucking Africans have more Neanderthal DNA in them than they previously thought. Because more Africans taking DNA tests, and that shit showing up. I don't know how the fuck you running around here talking that shit, man. When it comes to evolution, when it comes to Africa, when it comes to that history, that shit like that, you ain't fucking with nothing over here. Don't play that game over here. I ain't finna keep that talk with no motherfucking evidence. See how listen, and I spared your motherfucking ass. I ain't treat you like echo, nigga. Headphones on. I ain't treat your motherfucking ass like Aboriginal power and them. I ain't cussing you the fuck out. I'm just talking over your ass because I want evidence.
That's what I told him. You got way more leeway than the other pseudos that would have came on here with no source. You wouldn't have been tolerated at all with no source, bro. You ain't poking no holes in science. Right. Especially not with your perspective.
Sitting on your motherfucking change your kid diaper, nigga. I heard that motherfucker over there crying, nigga. Go feed your motherfucking child and change the motherfucking diaper. Quit worrying about motherfucking Europeans and goddamn archaic humans trying to make archaic humans modern humans. We two separate species. Fuck out of here. And you ain't got no evidence that's gonna say otherwise. You ain't got a single source that's gonna support your bullshit. I'll be right back. Somebody at my motherfucking door. Fucking with this. Listen, grow up, son. I'm tired of you acting immature.
Look how he got up on this.
Signed that nigga.
He signed that nigga, man. He got up. He left the seat on that boy. He dropped the mic, man. I'm disappointed in that man. I'm disappointed, man. You messing up the science like that. Like, I'm not getting that, man. You gotta falsify when you just start talking about other people just believing and all that there. You boy completely denying species, bro. You don't want to use Homo sapien? You want to just say human? Come on, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. How you deny speciation? So you don't think species evolve into different species? So what you think? Everything here now was created? Like, I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Sounding more and more like a Christian.
My whole thing, I'm always been, when you know better, you do better. He acting like
this
he don't know better.
To him when I'm ready to be honest. Nigga, I've been honest the whole show. What have I lied about? You asked me some weak ass question about motherfucking where were Europeans? Where did they mutate at? I said they mutate. I said, listen. You asked me. You said Europe, Asia, or Africa, and I said these motherfuckers didn't mutate in Africa. They didn't mutate in China. They mutated in Europe. That's the only other answer. It is. We know that. And it was beyond the Caucasus Mountains. So all of this shit is irrelevant. The point is, you're arguing about the evolutionary tree. So when you're doing that, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it's okay. And then you want to sit here and try to project your emotional feelings on us because we know how to deal with information. We've been dealing with this subject matter for years, Shy. You ain't even got no skin in the game, nigga. You start talking about Ngozi. That let me know, nigga, that you really ain't even been up on motherfucking evolution like that. Because he don't even get into evolution like that. He talk genetics. Been doing that same old shit for a long time. Now he does get into some evolution, but those keys go to Unc.
So it goes to the Sufyanologist.
God damn, yo.
TM 3.7, 3.9B.
We got the SL572 gene and then the Tufians.
Right. Fucking the Tufian us to death. Don't hit no motherfucking the Tufians.
Bro, failed melanin came from Africa, dog. I just explained that to you. You ain't never seen no orangutan with orange reddish hair?
Oh, yeah, look, Kelly heard it. Kelly in the chat like, yo, Sha, you were trying to imply that the motherfucker, come on, yo. Everybody said that. Why was you asking that shit?
So speciation don't happen.
Species, bro.
Yeah, so speciation don't happen. You feel like something. What these species, these different species, was created by something. Then, right? How the fuck they just popped up? What happened? How do you explain that? How do you explain how primates have all the similar body plan, the same body plan? How do you explain it? They just popped up like that? What are the statistics of them being popping up with the same body plan, or
warm-blooded? You know, have babies the same way,
or us having a common ancestor? Did they just pop up that way, or do we have the same common ancestor? Which is more statistically plausible?
Shaw believes that motherfucking everybody was already on the planet, yo. He just ain't saying that shit.
Yeah, he a Christian.
No, say it ain't so, man. No.
Yes, it is, yo. That's what the fuck.
He not no Christian, man. Let this man back. He got to speak for himself now, man.
That's how you acting.
You gonna start talking about the firmament next.
You see how dumb he is, nigga? I don't even listen to that nigga. This nigga listen, I don't care if he watch this. I don't care if he repeat it. I don't fucking listen to Ngozi. He don't teach me shit. I don't go to him for shit. I don't go to him for shit. So you telling me what this nigga got a whole video on, I don't give a fuck. That don't mean nothing. But I guarantee you he gonna agree with me before he agree with your motherfucking ass.
Talking about no speed, he was like, "No, you tripping, bro. I don't." Right. Those are scientifically literate. You acting like you not scientifically literate right now. Yeah, you like, nah, brother. Speciation is real. He gonna break it down.
You tripping, Shy. Everybody know you tripping right now, bro. This ain't your subject. Listen, when it comes to evolution, just shut up. Just walk away from the computer. Get off the cell phone. Stay in the chat. Don't even express your opinion, views, or feelings. Stay away from the topic. Let grown people argue that shit.
You got to understand it's informed perspective and it's uninformed perspective.
Listen, Thomas, I ain't gonna do that. He ain't an abo, but he damn sure acting like one. And I'm glad that you caught that, Thomas. You caught that. You walked in on this motherfucker acting like an abo. But he said we are trying to project that bullshit that they do over there on us. No, sir. We use evidence over here, Shy. So if you would have provided us a source that supports your feelings and emotions, we would have read the source together, and then we would have been like, okay, so let's go a little bit deeper. Then we would have dug a little bit deeper to see what it really is saying in the article. That's what we do over here. Right? We're not allowing you to speak, nigga. We want you to speak. I want you to speak, but I want you to speak with a goddamn source. I don't give a fuck about your beliefs, how you feel, the temperature. You know what I'm saying? That you were stuck in traffic for 2 hours before you got home. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Where is your source?
Nothing we show supports you, bro.
Where is your source? Your source.
I don't get why you keep saying that.
Who said we were dominant, nigga? You don't even, do you understand how dominant and recessive work, bro? If we take our black asses to Europe, what the fuck we gonna be complaining about?
Oh, nigga, why?
It's too goddamn cold. Fuck this motherfucker.
See the sun, nigga. You only dominated the sun, nigga. No sun.
Damn, Shaw. You tripping. My bad.
What's up with the boy, man?
Listen, it's sad when she know you stuck. Cause she's slow. She's a mental patient. Like she really ain't got no, she ain't even literate. She just started trying to get literate. She was a Hebrew. The fuck, Shaw? Damn, look what she told you. Damn, yo.
Damn. You know what he came? The last thing he said was, pull up a picture of some Neanderthals. That's literally what Abels do. Yes, so you about to go to Lucaship to try to prove your point? He didn't want to bring up one source because there wasn't a source that could verify or even substantiate any of his claims. He just wanted to talk. That's exactly what Abels do. Can I be heard? Can I be heard? That's all he was saying. Can I be heard? Can I be heard? I just want to talk. He just wanted to get up there and talk, but not show anything. And he was saying, but I was like, bro, I was like, you got to show something. All they asked for is one source. You never provided one. And the one source you want to provide was Lucaship, which is exactly what they do.
Projection, psychological projection, man. If you look that up, that's exactly what it is. Psychological projection.
Yeah, he was. That was called classic projection. That's exactly what you project on the others, what you're actually doing. But he didn't see it because he's so used to attacking Abos. But he's literally using their same tools. That's the same methods that they use in order to try to attack your information and then follow up with questions. That's exactly what you did. The same thing, literally verbatim. Maybe you didn't see it. Maybe you didn't see it because you were doing it, but you literally were behaving like an Aboriginal, bro.
I don't see how you don't see it, though. That's crazy.
This is why.
But change your kid.
But this is why I brought up the tiger and the lion. I said you can actually see from the family that they come from, but they're in the same family, but they're different species. I said, which is why they can procreate, but but the offspring can't reproduce because they're a different fucking species. They broke away. They shared a common ancestor. It's the same thing. That's all you guys were trying to explain. He didn't want to hear it. I don't understand it. It's not that sophisticated.
At least people in the chat get it.
Yeah,
at least we not crazy.
This is what's bad, Shy, is that you're the only one in the chat, right? Arguing, and the whole chat is like, fucking up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like
nobody agrees with this boy right now.
Light and shit. They're trying to be real nice about it and shit. Like the chat, like, yo, Shy, you tripping today, bro? What's wrong? You got some bigger problems, bro. Did them niggas fucked with you?
Bro, you got the murder nigga. You got a pseudo in here agreeing with us, and you literally the only motherfucker in the chat.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He is the only person that's on this bullshit. Everybody else is in full compliance. They understood what was read, what was shown, what was demonstrated. Right? He is the only one out of compliance today. So I'm thinking that maybe they sent him some death threats or something to his phone. Yo, he ain't acting right today. Maybe he missed a meal. Something not right was shot today. Somebody threatened my man.
You gotta get him a
man, he was borderline Chief Holiday today. This shit was crazy. I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. He's not a dumb guy, man, but this is his hiccup. I think that I really believe that that he has an issue with the apes issue. I think that because white folks have called us apes, and I think that's a lot of hiccup with black folks dealing with evolution, as we've been called apes so much. We're like, I ain't no goddamn ape.
It's justified. It's justified in that context. You know, I get it, but is there a scientific reality? You know what I'm saying? We just have to embrace, man. It is what it is.
Shy, listen. If them dudes threaten you, Shy, we gonna roll up on them. You know we gonna form like Go trying to have your back. But today, you on an island by yourself on this subject matter. Now we changed the topic and niggas come for you, bro. It's smoke. We got your back. We gonna act like this shit never happened.
They got him here hostage. Hey, blink twice if you need help, Shy.
Right. I mean, come on, man. If something fucked up going on, you gotta blink twice. You know what I'm saying? Raise the number one up or some shit. Give us some type of sign, wink or something, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Drop your keys, something. Let us know. Let us know that you don't have any. You right. Integrity, you ain't got none today. You ain't got no scientific integrity today, my nigga.
And you know what else? You know what else that he was doing that was displaying aberrant behavior? Is that he was dead wrong in the chat, but he was putting up laughing emojis the entire time. That's exactly what Abel's doing now. Rick, dead wrong. I'm right no matter what. I don't give a damn. All the evidence, the amount of evidence that you guys were showing, you guys kept pulling up source after source after source after source after source, and he was like, "Fuck all that." So what I believe is, I'm like, but we don't give a damn about your belief. It's just that's not what this shit is about.
We just reading words, man. That's all we was doing.
That's right, yo. That's Shy, this is whack. I'm not. It's a dumb question. You asking me about fucking white people. He didn't want to say Neanderthals was humans. What are you talking about, Shy? I
called them archaic humans.
Archaic. From the onset, way before you ever asked me about them being humans, I called them archaic.
He didn't like that though. He said you was convoluted. You was being convoluted.
Shy, there's a big difference between modern and archaic, bro. It's two separate species. That's why I said that a Neanderthal and a Homo sapien can't have a Neanderthal child. But the Neanderthal can pass over some genetic traits to the modern human.
Hey man, stop all them details, man. We don't need all these details, man. We're trying to be super vague and ambiguous right now, okay? We don't want all these details and context you're trying to offer, Sean. Cut that out.
Sure, you gotta watch this video after you get off, man. Take a break. When this live stream is done, take a deep breath, come back and just watch yourself and just read some of the comments that you put in the chat room and listen to yourself. Seriously, listen to yourself.
No.
You need to reassess. Watch it. Watch the tape.
This person don't agree with none of us. Don't like none of us on the panel, bro. This person right here. This person hates, right? Any information hates. Comes up with all kind of projections themselves. And this person is telling you this. They agree with us. And that's sad because that motherfucker don't even like to agree with me. At all. Come on, bro. You tripping. You tripping.
Yeah, this white people are a different species shit got to die, man. That's just pseudo as fuck, man. But unfortunately, in the black conscious community, this shit is just thriving and surviving. I'm like, there's such a different species that we're procreating, that black folks and other ethnic groups are procreating with Europeans and creating more offspring, and then our offspring is creating more offspring. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You got to explain this. You have to explain this, Shah. But then when I asked you that question, you said that's not what I was saying. Then what were you saying? Because it sure sound like you were leading to that shit, bro. I know I'm not crazy.
Everybody saw that, bro. Everybody saw that. What you trying to imply with the white people in the Neanderthal shit, bro? We can kill that shit because I got Neanderthal in her. Not a coincidence got Neanderthal. Sutek, Cali.
I got zero. I got very, very, very little percent.
I probably got
a motherfucking lie. You got a
Oh
percentage.
no, let me go pull it up.
No, you got a little
I just
sprinkle.
said zero. I just said less
Pull
than
your
zero.
DNA up then, nigga. Pull your
Hold
DNA
on.
up.
Hold on.
What's up?
It said less than zero, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not if you got 9% Native American, nigga. There's no fucking way you got less than
That's
zero.
point. I got 0.9. Hold on.
Get it right.
Yeah. You
0.9,
got
not 9.
what? Yeah,
0.9.
Yeah.
I claim my apple. I'm gonna go on here right now and find my Neanderthal.
Is the science says that we have less than 2%. So anything less than 2%, we got it. But we can't say we ain't got none of that shit. When this motherfuckers on the continent of Africa, they got 0.17%.
What happened to the Neanderthal thing?
Of course we have it.
So how you gonna tell somebody else?
You
trying to tell this other brother his opinion don't count, but you came up here with your opinion, bro.
Yo, Callie asked you a good qualifying question because he really sounded like you was about to say the whole white people come from Neanderthal shit. That's what you was implying, Shot. But like when we go back to the albino shit, right? What we were specifically trying to tell you, bro, is that those earlier what they call Europeans, right, were albinos. Have you read that argument? Have you read that article about the albinos that populated Europe? I mean, not populated Europe, but were in Europe. You gotta go, like, bro. Let me find it. It's called Albinism in Europe. Shit, there's an article about albinism in fucking Africa. And then some of them motherfucking cultures, tribes was out in them motherfuckers. You want to talk about that? That's some hard truth shit right there, boy. No, Chase, pull the motherfucking shit up. Don't get quiet.
It said you have less than 2% Neanderthal DNA. You inherit a small amount of DNA from your Neanderthal ancestors out of 7,000. Listen, out of
Didn't I say you got
7,462 variants we tested, we found 30 variants in your DNA that trace back to Neanderthals. Altogether, your Neanderthal ancestor accounts for less than 2%. Less than 2%.
But you got it.
I'm just saying. You want to talk science? You know what I'm saying? You want to talk evidence? I had to slap you with it real fast.
Like 1.9.
Hey, you supported me. Thank you.
No, all he said was you have it. That's all he said.
You proved my point. You proved my point. Thank you, sir.
I'm very, very, very smart. Be less than you, nigga.
Yeah. Are you sure? Are you? I can put shit on the street. I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem.
How many variants they found in yours? You got how many?
Less than
I got 30.
You got 30.
They found 30. They found 30.
I'm gonna pull my shit up. Hold up. I'm gonna pull my shit up. You hear me over here? I'm trying to pull my shit up. I gotta log in. I don't know why I gotta log in though.
Yeah, wait, log me out too though. You gotta just I guess you'll go back in now. Yeah, you got I had to log back in. I don't know how I never logged out. I got it on supposed to remember my shit.
Okay, so they must have did some sweep or something. I'm logging in right now.
Now they log you out now after X amount of minutes away from it or something like that. So yeah, now you got to keep logging
all the
back
way
in.
out. My shit's supposed to goddamn just go with the flow. You have all right. So let's go. Let's see my full Neanderthal report. Goddamn.
Was at 42. Watch.
You said you got 30 variants?
I got 30.
Out of how many?
It says 7,000. Hold on. I think it says 7,000.
7,000?
462.
Mine says out of 2,872. We found.
Yeah, how many?
Yeah, this far less than your shit. You inherited a small amount of DNA from your Neanderthal ancestry, less than 2% like you. Like I motherfucker said.
But how many they found though? 30? Or less than?
I got more variants than you, brother. I got like 70.
I told that nigga. I told you we got this kind of distracted nigga. I do it, nigga.
73 markers. Damn.
I got 30, nigga.
That ain't a lot.
Got 30.
Associated with being
Oh,
less likely to
double what I got, nigga.
Bro,
Yeah,
listen, did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
I just said, man.
Listen to this. So Marker tested the RS130974009 fear of heights trait. What's your fear of heights trait? It's a genotype G. It's the copy of the Neanderthal copy from one of your parents. It says each copy of your G is associated with being less likely to have a fear of heights. And I don't have a fear of heights.
Wow.
So that come from the Neanderthal, like not having a fear of heights?
Yes.
You reading the one up under there? Up under
Hey, who had 30 variants? Who had 30 variants? Because me said it said you inherited a small amount of DNA from your Neanderthal ancestors out of the 7,462 variants. We found 30 variants in your DNA that trace back to Neanderthals.
You and Chave the same.
That boy probably like 80% West African or something like that, like me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm 83%. I'm 83%.
Yeah, high percentage. That's probably why. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, don't test my motherfucker. Don't test my Africanness. I'm above the threshold. The threshold is 74. Hey, they say the average African American got 74, bro. I got 76, nigga. 61% West African. God damn. 61.8. 38. Oh, my shit went up. 38.8% Nigerian. This shit updated, by the way, y'all. If y'all ain't looked at that shit. 10% Ghanaian, Liberian, and Sierra Leone. 2.3% Senegambian and Ghanaian. Broadly West African, 10%. Congolese and Southeast African, 12.8%. Angolan and Congolese, 11.3%. Southern East African, 0.2%. So you know I ain't coming from that motherfucker. Broadly Congolese, Southeast African, 1.3%. North African, 0.4%. Sudanese, 0.2%. Broadly Northern East African, that would be some Egyptian shit, 0.2%. Broadly Sub-Saharan, 1.1%. I'm West like a motherfucker.
West like a motherfucker.
Yeah. And then I got European ancestry dropped.
What? Good word?
My European ancestry, it dropped. It was like it was above 20. It was like 23%. It's down to 22.5, and my West African shit went up.
Now that's what's up. That's the goal. You know, everybody want to be in the high 90s. I have a cousin that's 97%.
No, I got the cracker. I got the cracker on one side.
I know. I saw my cousins. It was 97% West African. I said, man, I would love to trade places with him, bro. Man,
right, yo. The women in my family was looking too good, yo.
Yeah, the same thing happened to mine. I got all these light-skinned people, especially on my mom's side of the family. But on my dad's mother's side of the family, it's the same setup with the Howard. So
this motherfucker tell you about
folks over there in Texas. So.
Hey, listen, this motherfucker under trace tell me back hair. Likely little upper back hair. Little. Go look at the motherfucking traits. They working on this shit, yo, because they giving out traits.
Yep, Ancestry does too, and it's been right. And I've been looking at the traits, it's been right.
Yeah, they updating shit.
They wrong.
Yeah, they're
on
continuing
one
to study. What a lot of I watched a video. I watched a video of geneticists. Matter of fact, and they were actually talking about how they were using genetics to try to advance medicine, right? So they were doing lots. That's why they said it's important that more African Americans.
I'll kick your ass out of my chat saying that shit.
Whoa, 95%. Shit. It was Rick Kittles, but yeah, Rick Kittles. He was saying it was important that more African Americans test so they can actually use the DNA to actually improve, medicine and preventative medicine for African Americans. So that's why he said it's important for us to test because they need that data and that information. It's not just about finding out who you are; it's also to help us from a medical standpoint.
Yeah, that's true. On that, in that context, and in clinical trials, you know what I'm saying? Because they need that the more your demographic in the trials, the more, you know what I'm saying, they can look at what's going on with that particular how it's affecting them. I mean, it's the same shit with the genetics.
Man, I'm supposed to be 30 minutes away. Y'all done hit me up, man, fucking with Shy, yo. Shy, you fuck my whole day up.
No, but I know. I said it yesterday during the live stream. I said, man, if Sean was here, he'd be going crazy right now. Sean was freestyling. He was freestyling like a motherfucker. I said, bruh, you a real rapper, Grand, bro? Oh, man. I said, man, Sean will be going nuts.
But then I flipped him. I flipped real rap. You know what I'm saying? When I came on, I flipped real rap. That was easy to do. Even though he's
stubborn.
Yeah, Shy just been.
Shy finna go be an elbow now.
Nah, but I'm gonna tell you though, real rap, man. If you were real rappers, he's still got a long way to go, man. But you should have saw him about almost 5 years ago, man. Woo! He was saying, I'm gonna tell you, he was saying shit like Spanish and English are our indigenous tongue here. That all that anything crazy you could think of, he was saying. He was saying voodoo comes from the Americas. All that crazy shit. He was arguing and fighting like a motherfucker. He invited me on a teleconference with some abos, and I was just listening to this shit. And they said, "Well," I said, so they would say, America's always been America. I said, no. He said, who did it? I said, Americo Vespucci. He said, no, that's a lie. I said, just because you say something don't mean it's true. He said, yes, it does. I said, it's just dude who named himself Chief something. I forgot. It was like 5 years ago, but he was swearing up and down that everything that he says is confirmation. This motherfucker was teaching people. I'm gonna teach you today. How you gonna teach me, nigga? You ain't showing no sources. I said, you got no evidence for everything. You just making up shit. And he was getting mad at me that he said, look, man, I don't want to boot you out of here. So I just said, you know what, man? I got to get up out of here. I'm losing brain cells. And, man, what else would they say? Oh, I think he said something about Christianity started. He said Christianity started in Utah and some other crazy shit. I was like, I got to go, bro. I can't fuck with this shit. I said, bro, this shit is too stupid. So I had to get up out of Dodge, man. This shit is nuts.
You over there with the crazy.
I had never heard of them motherfuckers before, bro. The first time I heard about this Abo shit was about 2018. I never heard of that shit before, bro. For real, I've been oblivious to that shit. Other folks heard. I never heard about it until 2018.
Cash in the chat. Not a coincidence with the crazy niggas, right? Thank you over there with the crazy niggas. Nah, man, I'm finna out of here. Y'all see, gonna be live later. You know what I mean? Shy, don't listen. We can't be shooting at each other. So shut the fuck up and just stay away from themselves, man. See, they gonna clip this shit and use it against you on them Apple channel. And be like, look at how they did Shot. You know what I'm saying? They gonna clip this shit. And yeah, that's why I ain't even listen. I already said one pseudo ass motherfucker was in the chat chanting against Shy ass. But nah, man, I'm gonna end the show, man. Hopefully if
If not a coincidence, ain't live, yo, I'll come back and get into that bill that I was talking about, but I may do it on Science with Sean so that y'all can hear that lecture about why we developed the ability to be able to, we developed speech. And we'll deal with that. So peace to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all coming out, man. Y'all enjoy y'all evening. We out this.